2022, based on a July 16th, 2022 act of the legislature. They have suspended certain provisions of the open meeting law. This allows us to continue holding meetings remotely without a quorum of the council physically present in the room. However, I do want to note that audience is now allowed to be in the room. This meeting is accessible in real time via Zoom, by phone, and on Amherst Media. Given that we have a quorum of the council president, I'm calling the October 3rd, 2022 Town Council meeting to order at 6:32. I'll call upon each councilor by name. At that time, you should unmute and say present, and then remember to mute again. Shalini Balmilne. Shalini, you need.
Present.
Okay. Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Johanneke.
Present.
Anika Lopes.
Present.
Michelle Miller is not here yet. I'll come back. Dorothy Pam.
Here.
Pam Rooney.
Present.
Kathy Shane is not here yet. Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Present.
And Alicia Walker will be here, but she will be a few minutes late. We're going to go to the announcements and keep an eye. Michelle, can you hear us? Michelle Miller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to go to the announcements. They're on your board. I want to just add or highlight a few. The one I want to highlight initially is the public dialogue on rental permitting bylaw. And that will be at the beginning of our meeting 2 weeks from now on the 17th at 5:30. Also want to highlight the fact that the Community Resources Committee is holding a meeting on Monday, April 24th at 7. And the Finance Committee, in addition to the meeting that's listed here, is going to have a committee of the whole on October 18th at 3. And there, at that time, there'll be a more in-depth discussion of the major capital finance model and the options. We have 2 district meetings coming up. District 2 is meeting on October 12th at 6:30 via Zoom, and District 4 is meeting October 23rd from 1 to 3 at the Amherst History Museum. With that, I'd like to ask Anika, because she has expressed interest in making a statement about Native American Heritage Month. Anika?
Thank you. So I will say that I had missed the confirmation, but I will ask and state that we do acknowledge where we are, where we stand. I will not offer a land acknowledgement, but instead invite us all to do our own research as to who was here, learn about them, pronounce the names correctly, and go from this space on, because we can really go to all corners of this island. I would also ask that we hold space with those that these upcoming days are not a celebration, and acknowledge that, you know, where our beloved town is named after one of the first persons to participate in biological warfare. So with that, I ask that we all be curious, that, you know, we make sure that we're aware of the difference between appreciation and appropriation when we deal with Native American communities, and make sure that we're reaching out to those who are on the ground, who are actually working with their communities and building, you know, work towards building collaborative relationships that are really important to all of us, understanding each other and moving forward with peace.
Thank you. I just want to confirm Kathy Shane has joined. Can you hear us, Kathy?
Yes, I can. I apologize for joining late.
We're just getting started. All right, there's no hearing tonight. We're going to go on to general public comment. If you are in the audience and you would like to make general public comment, please raise your hand. Are there any other people who would like to make general public comment? Okay, residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes and based upon the number of people who wish to speak. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during general public comment. At this point, there are 2 hands. I'm going to call on Keith Nesbitt and ask him to enter the room, state his name, where you live, and then proceed.
Can everyone hear me?
We can, Keith. Thank you.
Hi, Keith Nesbitt, 490 Middle Street. I am the current president of Amherst A Better Chance, and on October the 15th, we are holding our 50th Fall Foliage Run and Cider Walk. Just wanted to take this moment to make the council aware of that date and that event. Those who have attended in the past know that it is a beautiful course that is designed to run through Amherst College's campus and some of the wooded areas of our town, with events on the common that day that include a lot of family-friendly activities. Just wanted to make sure that those who may not be aware are aware of the date, and invite everyone to attend and participate as a runner or a walker, or just come out and have some fun with family and friends on the common on Saturday, October 15th.
Keith, thank you for sharing that with us. There was another hand up, but I don't see it now. Are there any other public comment at this time? Okay, seeing not, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. And the following items were selected because they were considered to be routine, and it was reasonable to expect they would pass with no controversy. To remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion later in the meeting, ask that it be removed. That does not require a second. So I'm going to make the motion, then look to see who wants to remove what, and then we'll proceed. To move the following items and the printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. 8A, referral of creation of Capital Stabilization Fund to Finance Committee. 8B, referral of proposed amendments to zoning bylaw Article 5, 11, 12, and classification table. Proposed revisions to adjust sunsetting of Article 14, temporary zoning, to Community Resources Committee, Governance, Organization, and Legislation Committee, and Planning Board. 8C, adoption of proposed amendments to General Bylaw 3.39, street numbering of houses. 8D, adoption of 2023 town council meeting calendar. 8E, authorization for town council president to submit the following correspondence on behalf of the town council. I want to point out that you can remove 1, 2, or all of them. UMass Amherst Chancellor Search Committee, letters to legislators regarding MBLC funding for Jones Library, response to Community Safety and Social Justice Committee letter. And 11A to C is approval of the following town council meeting minutes: September 19, 2022, special town council meeting minutes, primer on the master plan, September 19, 2022, special town council meeting minutes, public forum on the master plan, and September 19th, 2022, regular town council meeting. I'm going to call first on Andy Steinberg.
I request to remove 8C, adoption of proposed amendments to General Bylaw 3.39, street numbering of houses.
Okay. Kathy Shane.
I would like to remove the letter responding to Community Safety and Social Justice Committee.
Dorothy, Pam,
The same item that Kathy mentioned.
okay. Mandy, Joe,
The Chancellor Search Committee letter.
UMass Chancellor Search Letter, okay. And I'm aware that Alicia would like the letter to legislators regarding the MBLC funding for Jones Library removed. She will be joining us later. Are there any other comments at this time? Nobody needs to comment on why they're moving anything. They just need to ask that it be removed. Okay. Kathy and Dorothy, you still have your hands up. Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for a second to the motion. That motion now does not include 8C, adoption of proposed amendment to general bylaw 3.39 street numbering houses, and 8E, all three letters. Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Thank you. Then we're going to go to a vote, and I'll start with Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mandy Jo Haneke,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Aye.
and Alicia Walker has not joined us yet. Okay, thank you. So it is
Yes,
12 in
Shalini.
favor
I
and
think you skipped
no
Shalini.
opposed. I'm sorry, Shalini.
Yes.
Okay, it's 12 in favor, no opposed, and no abstentions and one absent. Okay, so given that, we have, we can take the consent agenda down. And we have no proclamations. And so we're going to move immediately to presentations and discussions. And so I'm going to call on Paul and Sean Magano. This is a night of serious education for all counselors and the beginning of some significant fiscal decision-making, none of which will be made tonight except for referrals, and many of them are automatic. In fact, some people have asked, why aren't all of these things on for the vote? And that is because we actually have an automatic referral for most things that go to the Finance Committee, but the one item that does not, we did have a vote, and you just voted that on the consent agenda. So with that, Paul?
Thank you, Lynn. So every fall, the town manager and finance director bring a series of actions for the town council after we have free cash certified, and we look to move money into stabilization fund, things like that. And that's what we're doing tonight. These are things, as Lynn said, we're not asking you for to act on these other than to refer them to the Finance Committee, but we did want to take the opportunity to be able to explain them to you. Today, we send you a written memo that sort of summarized everything, but you don't have to have read that in order to understand what we're asking you to do tonight. So we have several presentations that Sean will lead us through, of course. So Sean.
Yeah, so which one would you like to start with? I've got 3 ready to go. Do you want to start with the budget process?
Annual budget process, please.
Okay. Let me pull that one up. And share my screen. Athena, can you enable screen sharing? All right, can you see it on the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So this first one is on the budget process, and I have a short presentation to go through it because I feel like a lot of this is going to be a discussion and back and forth. So our budget process is, you can kind of break it down into 4 phases. The first phase that we are about to enter, or we have just entered, is the engagement and direction setting phase. That leads us into developing the budget, and that's our next phase. Once we have developed a budget, we will present it to you all, and we move into sort of the review and approval portion. and then there's an implementation phase. So there's really sort of 4 distinct sort of phases to the budget process. And the good news is we're at the very beginning of the initial phase. So this initial phase is engagement and direction setting, and this is where we get all the feedback and the input that will lead into the budget that will ultimately be presented to you on May 1st or shortly thereafter. So one of the first things we do is the resident capital request. I have this in October. I'm not sure if it'll be October this year, might be a little bit later. But this is one tool we use to engage with the public, where anybody in the community can submit a capital request that will go to the town manager and go to the Joint Capital Planning Committee for review and for consideration. We are working to refine this process this year. It's worked. We've funded a number of projects through this mechanism, but we also have gotten some feedback that there are some improvements we could make. And so I've worked with Kathy Shane and Anna Devlin Gauthier to make some improvements to it that we hope to roll out this year. The next couple things that happen in this phase is the financial indicators presentation. This is the big presentation that's scheduled, I think, for November 7th right now, where we'll share a number of different criteria that we measure, benchmarks that we measure for our budget, and how we compare year over year and how we compare to our neighbors. Things like expenses per capita, revenue per capita, economic development. I think there's 20 slides, something like that. So there's a number of variables that we present. And then after that presentation, we share an initial forecast of revenues and expenses for the following year. And that really kicks off the budget guideline discussion and the rest of the early phases of the budget process. At that, I think it's at the same meeting, Lynn. I think it's also the 7th. I know there's back and forth between the 7th and the 21st, but
The forum is going to be the 21st.
it is going to be the 21st. Okay, so shortly after the financial indicators, we'll have the public forum. This is an opportunity for the community to come and provide input and feedback into the budget, what they like, what they don't like, what they want to see in the next budget that's being proposed. It's intentionally held early before there's really any work done on the budget, so that it can be considered when the council creates its budget guidelines and when they establish goals for the manager. So this forum is really one of the key dates in terms of engagement will be on November 21st this year. So the information from the public forum, the financial indicator, sort of naturally leads into the development of the budget guidelines, which will be the council's budget guidelines, but they're developed initially by the finance committee. And those are set the parameters for how we develop the budget. We get a lot of our cues for what we should make sure is addressed in the budget. If there's, I think an example this last year was the ladder truck was specifically mentioned in the budget guidelines, and so that we knew that was a high priority. So we take the budget guidelines very seriously, and the same thing with the town manager's goals, which are usually more specific, and we want to make sure that the budget supports those goals or supports making progress towards those goals. So all that engagement sort of is synthesized into the budget guidelines and the town manager's goals, which are the 2 key documents that we use when we develop the budget to make sure the budget reflects them. Any questions on the engagement direction setting, or Lynn, do you want me just to finish this first portion?
I don't see any hands.
Okay. So all that is done, and then we move into budget development, which is roughly from January through April. And this is a lot of the internal workings, and I'll just kind of give a few highlights of the things that we do with staff here at Town Hall. So we develop our initial projections. In most years, we will get a state aid projection in January. I think this year it will be later because of the change in governor. But that's usually a key date that we look to get an indication of where state aid is headed. We will get our early projections on health insurance, which is a key indicator in our budget process. All of that sort of folds into this refined projection that we do in January. We also draft a preliminary capital improvement program, and we review with departments any fee changes that they are considering making for the following year. In February, the Joint Capital Planning Committee will begin to meet. That's a committee comprised of town councilors, school committee members, and library trustees that review the preliminary capital improvement program and will make recommendations to the town manager for potential changes or things they'd like to see improved. And that same committee will also review the resident capital requests that come in. And then we will have a number of meetings with departments to review their budgets at a much, sort of a more nitty-gritty level, their staffing levels, what happened last year, what they're expecting to happen in the upcoming year. We get into the details. In March, the Joint Capital Planning Committee will wrap up its work and make a recommendation. Any additions or reductions that are being considered for the budget proposal will be sort of finalized at that point, and we'll draft by the end of the month sort of a rough version of the budget proposal. And then in April, we will incorporate any of those recommendations from the Joint Capital Planning Committee into the capital improvement program. There's always some, there's always a number of recommendations that make a lot of sense that we fold into that plan that ultimately goes to the council. We'll incorporate any votes by the school committees or the library trustees. Those votes happen in March. Usually those numbers that are approved are consistent with the budget guidelines, but not always. And then we will review and finalize the budget proposal that will be given to the council on May 1st. That leads us into the review and approval phase. For those of you on Finance Committee, we spend about 30 to 40 hours reviewing the budget at public meetings during the month of May, meeting with every single department, going through their service levels, their history, asking questions and getting answers, looking at their goals and objectives. And so all those meetings are very productive. The region budget for the regional schools is typically approved in May because of the relationship with the other towns. Since the other towns have their town meetings, the town council typically approve the regional budget in May as well. And then we will start using some of our engagement tools like Engage Amherst, and we've done some Ask Me Anythings to engage the public and share information on the budget. And then in June, there will be a public hearing on the budget, which again, at this point in June, it's sort of reactions to the budget proposal, not as much input into what's going to be in the budget. It's really reacting to what has been proposed. And there will be a public forum on the capital improvement program, and then the council will review all of it and vote. And then once you vote, that leads us into the budget implementation phase, which is mostly closing out the previous fiscal year and starting the new fiscal year. So how to participate in the budget process. So there's a number of ways. Probably one of the best ways is just direct outreach to town councilors, school committee members, library trustees, the town manager, depending on what the budget issue is, and what portion of the budget it rests and who has supervision for that area. The public forum is sort of the key point if you have input into the budget that you want to see reflected. Again, it's ultimately up to the council to determine if feedback is appropriate to put it into budget guidelines or into goals, but that public forum is early enough for that to happen. The public hearing is great for reactions to the budget proposal. Engage Amherst is a good two-way communication tool that we really encourage people to use. It's really user-friendly and it's a great way to log questions. All the Finance Committee meetings in the month of May are really anytime, but in particular the meetings in May, there's public comment at every one of those budget-specific meetings. And then same thing with Joint Capital Planning Committee. There's a number of meetings there that have public comment, and then public comment really at any town council meeting. So I think the last thing, this is important for, I think we all sort of know it, but just to sort of state that Amherst, our revenues, we don't see huge increases in our revenues year to year. Our revenues are primarily property tax driven because we don't have a lot of commercial activity in town or other economic activity in town. So our property tax revenues are capped by Proposition 2.5, which Michelle Miller sent out some nice videos for anybody who watched it. Those are really helpful sort of overviews of how the different components of Proposition 2.5 work. And so our base levy limit can only go up 2.5%. The good news is that's in addition to any new growth that we have during the year, and we have had quite a bit of new growth over the past 5 to 10 years, which has been really important for our budget. And that's one of the reasons why we really stress the importance of economic activity and development. We've all seen the new buildings that have gone up around town. If we didn't have those, there's no way we would have the budget that we currently have and be able to fund the programs that we currently have, unless we were to do something like a tax override to make up the difference. The other things that go up are state aid. It's usually pretty modest. We had a slightly or larger than typical increase for FY23 that you'll hear about in a minute or in a couple presentations, but typically state aid's pretty reliable, but pretty moderate in terms of increases that we get year to year. And then changes in local receipts. These are things like motor vehicle excise taxes, permits, fees, penalties. These go up, they go down. They're what we call elastic revenues. There may be years where they're really good, and then they kind of snap back after a period of economic sort of boom. They might come back down. So you got to be careful. We're particularly careful when we budget local receipt revenues because we want to make sure we don't increase the budget to a level where then it's going to come back down and we have to decrease the budget. We don't want to have that sort of yo-yo effect. So on the revenue side, those are sort of the major ways that revenues go up. On the expense side, we have to account for salary increases in any particular year, rising health insurance costs and liability insurance costs. We just got a liability insurance quote, and that's an area that's going way up because of the cost of construction going up, the natural disasters we're seeing. That's a huge driver in our budget right now. Rising pension costs, which we'll have for at least the next 10 or 12 years, where our pension system, the assessment that we have is going to continue to go up. And then the thing that we've seen more recently, which again we'll talk about in a couple presentations, is inflation, which fuel and utilities are really being impacted hard. So whatever new money we have, these are things that sort of are the first things we have to make sure we pay for because we don't really have much of a choice. So the end result is just that there's really limited available resources each year for any new initiatives, which is why we stress the importance of sort of prioritization and setting direction to help guide the budget process. And that's it. Happy to take questions.
Andy.
I just wanted to point one thing out, and then Sean can follow up on it as he determines necessary. But a lot of what was described in process comes not just from creation on a local level entirely or by the council, but by state law and the charter. So that, this process is heavily regulated by things that are set forth in state law and the charter. And if that comes up, I encourage Sean to point it out. If not, it's an irrelevant point.
No, I think that's right. I think just a couple of things I'll add. I'll say Amherst is used, at least by some, as a model for its budget process. I think there are some things that are sort of prescribed, but there's a lot of things we do that not every community does. Our Joint Capital Planning Committee is an example. Our budget coordinating group, that's in our charter now, but that's an example. Holding the public forum early before the budget really starts to be developed is another example. And then I think sort of one of the best examples is the financial indicators presentation, having this sort of baseline understanding meeting early in the process to make sure everybody's on the same page. Again, that's not something that's required, but it's something that Amherst has done for a lot longer than I've been around. So,
Okay, Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So yesterday, the AHRA began its boots on the ground work. And just bear with me for a second, I am getting to this. But what was really clear as we went out into the community and knocked on doors, and particularly going to the apartment complexes, is that there are lots of residents that really don't know what's going on in the community. And though we're offering all of these ways, like the community forums, the various listening sessions that I know that you've hosted last year, the Engage Amherst page, we're still, I think, somehow missing reaching these folks, particularly in the apartment complexes. So I'm just wondering if we might be able to brainstorm some ways to get out during the engagement periods of this process into the community more. And even if it's partnering with management companies of the apartment complexes and trying to get the word out about the forum and ways that people can engage. I don't have the answers, but I just want to pose the question. And I think it's a really important, this is such an important part of the town government, this budget process. And I would really like for us to find ways that we can reach more people. So, thanks.
Shalini.
Yeah, I was going to also emphasize the period of October to December of engagement time. And Michelle already spoke to the residents aspect. And I think um, partnering with the local agencies, like maybe the Family Outreach or Survival Center, and that was one way we had gotten more participation when we were doing the rental registration initially. So that's one idea. And the other thing is, of course, as town councilors in our district newsletters, we can definitely have, and maybe if there's a way that, Sean, this was such a great, really simplified, I don't know, maybe this is my 4th year, so I'm getting it better, but it seemed like a very simplified explanation of the process. So I think I might share this or some parts of it so that residents can understand. The other part that I wanted to ask was about the committees themselves, like the town committees, like the ECAC or CSSJC, the TAC, the disabilities committees. Are we inviting them to share, because they are also on the grounds looking at where funding is needed? So are we systematically reaching out to them to also participate in this process? That was one question.
Yeah, a quick response. I think we can, if we haven't, we can be more explicit about inviting them to the public forum. I think the other thing about those committees is if we have a staff liaison, a lot of times we get feedback through our staff liaison. So through the ECAC, we get a lot of feedback through Stephanie Ciccarello, through the Disability Advisory Committee. I know we've gotten guidance through planning in terms of our capital improvement program. We incorporated feedback from them this most recent year. So for some of the committees that have staff liaisons, we get feedback that way as well.
Okay. And the last question was about the Engage website. When will that be up for us to start inviting feedback on that?
Yeah, so we could, it may make sense to start that when we do the financial indicators presentation. Around that same date, we could open it up, post those materials, and then turn on the Q&A feature and the comment feature.
Thank you.
I noticed that, Paul, you have your hand up, so let's go to you and then come back to Pat and Anika.
Thank you, Lynn. So I just wanted to respond to Michelle and to Shalini. Yes, we can reach out if there are ways that you can suggest to us or connect us with communities that you're already working with. That's the best way to do it. Sometimes if you put out a call for, we're doing a budget forum someplace, people don't want to show up, but if they feel like there's somebody that they trust who's saying you should come to this, that's really helpful to us. So we're open to that. And as Sean said, usually on the November 7th financial indicators is when we launch the opening of the Engage Amherst. We do the Ask Me Anything page electronically and open up a lot of different avenues during November and December. Yeah, and every committee has a staff liaison, and they're aware of all these processes. So, yeah.
Pat?
You might want to go to Anika. Somebody's leaving a message on my phone and I don't want it to chatter in, so I'll follow Anika. Thank you.
Thank you. Anika?
Yeah, so I know that this has been brought up since for a while and before my time, which is the implementation of the interpretation services or software, which would also be helpful in reaching broader community, in my opinion, and also ways to be able to engage with the middle and folks that sometimes are left out between either the audience that does come to council meetings and follow us, or apartment complexes, survival center, family outreach. It seems to just go from one, from town council audience and those that are following local government, again, to this jump to survival center and apartment complexes. And I think there's great partnership there, especially in combination with the community officers that have been, on the ground in those complexes for some time, but also to be able to just focus on the vast amount of residents who, whether we find different areas that might interest people or just, broader ways to communicate with that missing middle, so to speak.
Okay. Pat, are you ready?
Yes, thank you. I'm echoing Shalane and Anika, so I'm not going to speak very long. The one thing that they haven't said is something about us reaching out, going out to some of the complexes. And we did that when we were creating the mobile market, and it was extremely effective. I know that involves staff time, but I think it would really be possible if there were a location where we could have a meeting that was easy for people to walk to. And so we can get input from the people who live in the boulders, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thanks. Anna.
Thank you. Our staff liaisons are phenomenal and their roles are much more expansive than their committee work. I'd like to emphasize the opportunity to work with the committees themselves as specifically an engagement opportunity, and echo what I believe Michelle and Shalini mentioned as well. This isn't just about ensuring input on a specific topic. This is about engaging as many folks as possible. And while our committees would have input on a specific topic, that speaking with them is an opportunity to reach that audience, and also demonstrate care and commitment to the committee work that's happening. So I would like to not necessarily lose that, regardless of the fact that our staff liaisons are phenomenal and do a good job. I don't want to totally pipeline that as much as I think has been done. It'd be great to open it up a little bit more. And even if it's about inviting committees to attend one of the info sessions, or something along those lines, I think specific targeted outreach to committees would be a really, really beneficial component of this process.
Thank you. I do want to note that there are various members of various committees in our audience tonight. We have 18 people in the audience, and there's also a few staff who are staff those committees. So we're reaching some people directly, and we never know who is on Amherst Media. Jennifer Taub.
Yeah, just quickly, kind of echoing Pat. There's also, counselors are very busy, but I guess maybe as time permit, there's no substitution for kind of just pounding the pavement and going door to door. I mean, I know, sometimes like Amity Place in my district, I don't, know as many people there as I like to. So sometimes I just go knock on doors or, leave some leaflets. I don't know, but sometimes as, and I guess as Michelle said that you were doing earlier this week, I mean, sometimes just when we can to go out, and maybe having a list of like what part of our district we might be able to walk, and spread it out over whatever time. But sometimes I don't know if that's the old fashioned way of, just of doing outreach in the community, just knocking on people's doors.
Okay. Are there other comments on this part of the presentation? Just trying to see whether Alicia was there, but I don't see. Okay. With that, then let's go on to the capital projects model, our presentation. Thank you. Sean?
Okay.
And let me just start by saying, this is the presentation where we will go into more depth on at the Finance Committee, which will be the committee of the whole, and that is on October 18 at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, so for tonight, we have some brief project updates, and we'll discuss the modeling a little bit, but as President Griesmer said, we're not going to dive into the models themselves tonight. So on the elementary school side, same sort of not to exceed budget for the project, $100 million right now. Hoping it comes in less than that, but we'll get more information at our next independent cost estimate, which is around January of 2023, when we'll have those numbers. At that same time, we expect to have a better estimate of our reimbursement rate for the project. Currently, we think it's going to be between 30 and 40%. The biggest thing that's pushed our reimbursement rate down, or maybe not the biggest thing, but one of the biggest things.
Sean, I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment. Alicia's in the audience. Would you bring her in? And then I'll make sure she can hear us and we can hear her. Alicia, can you hear us?
Yes, hello everyone, thank you.
Great, thanks for joining us. Please go ahead, Sean.
Okay. So what I was just saying about the reimbursement rate is that one of the major drivers why the reimbursement rate feels so low is that construction costs, inflation, and construction costs and market have gone way up, while the MSBA has maintained the limit that they will reimburse for construction costs. And so as the costs go up and their limit stays pretty flat, the gap of what they'll reimburse is widening. And there is some efforts on this front to advocate for an increase to what they will their construction cap. Another update is that there's been a CPA proposal submitted by some community members for portions of the project. The CPA committee will be reviewing proposals in November. There is a new timeline, I think was in the packet tonight, developed in conjunction with our designers and our project manager based on the MSBA board meeting schedule that was released a few weeks ago. The next council action as it relates to the elementary school project is anticipated to be, I think it's February 6th, 2023, right, Lynn? At this point, and that would be a vote on the debt exclusion and also potentially a vote on the debt authorization at that same meeting with a town-wide vote to be held on May 2nd. And we are exploring a number of alternative funding options for the whole project, but really where we're seeing some glimmers of hope is the greener elements of the project. We had a good meeting with Eversource last week to talk about some of the rebates they have for the green energy we're building into this project, like the ground source heat pumps and the solar panels. There's some incentives or some rebates that we could help get the overall cost down. There's also portions of the Inflation Reduction Act that, while it's still early and we're still monitoring how it will play out, it seems like there's potential to get some offsets to the cost there as well. So we're going to try to find as much as we can to reduce the overall cost of the project to the town. On the Jones Library front, the current estimate is between 43.2 million and 49.6 for a range. This includes budget reductions that have already been approved by the building committee. Our next cost estimates for this project will be at the end of design development and at 75% of construction documents, and that's around October of 2023. And our next council action for this project is going to happen sometime between October 2023 and January of 2024, and that would be to approve any required increase in the debt authorization. And you can see a breakdown here of the funding sources based on what, whether it's the low estimate or the high estimate. For public works, site exploration is still underway, and our DPW superintendent is working with Weston and Sampson, who's the designer for the project, to update their work based on sort of our fiscal realities and what we can allocate to the project, but also the fiscal realities of the construction industry and what costs are doing out there. And for the fire station, the current DPW site is still a preferred location. So there's some limits to what we can do with that project until we know the timeline for public works, which is still being developed. So we're going to shift to the modeling. So because of the rising construction costs, the high, the increases to interest rates, we've sort of taken a little bit of a step back and we've sort of recalibrated what are the things that are most important about the plan and to address all 4 projects, and what can we use to evaluate different models. We've done this a little bit from the beginning, but we wanted to take a fresh look. And this is what we'll do with the finance committee tomorrow, is look at a number of different options and use this framework to evaluate them against each other. So I'm going to quickly go through the things that we've determined to be sort of key or very important for considering each model. And then again, anyone's welcome to watch the meeting tomorrow. So the first one, I think everyone's aware of is urgency. This has been from the beginning, one of the key factors is how quickly can we do all 4 projects. One thing that has changed, I will say, from 2 years ago to now is that the time frame for what's quick has definitely gotten longer. When costs were lower and interest rates were low, we had models that were much quicker than they are now. So just to kind of set expectations and in light of the new fiscal realities, what is quick is longer than what was quick maybe 2 years ago. The second is impact on bond rating. The town has a very strong bond rating. No matter what we do when we take on debt for 2 or 3 of these projects, it's going to impact the bond rating. But there are some models that impact it more than others. And so what we want to do is look at the different models and how it impacts these different factors that influence our bond rating. Those factors are budgetary flexibility, which is essentially how much reserves do we have. Liquidity is how quickly can we access those reserves? Are they tied up, or are they fairly liquid where we could use them to make payments if needed? And then debt service and total outstanding debt. So debt service is the annual cost to finance the projects, and then total outstanding would be the life of the project, how much debt is outstanding and for how long. The next is overall cost. So this would be looking at the total payments the town would make for a project, principal and interest. There are definitely some models that are less expensive than other models, but it may make sense in a particular circumstance to go with a more expensive option if it's stretched out over more years and it allows the town to accomplish other goals in a particular year, which leads us to the next one, which is funding for other capital needs. We've heard from the council and from others that it's really important that we continue to maintain our other assets, not just focus on these 4 building projects, but we need to continue to invest in the buildings that are not going to be replaced. So that would be the 4th one. And then the final 2, so usage of reserves. So here we're talking about how much we're using, but we're also talking about how we're using reserves. Are we using reserves in one particular year or 2 particular years and then it's done? Or are we using it every year for 10 years well into the future? And there's definitely a predictability issue if we're going with a model that says we need to use reserves 10 years from now. And then the last one is flexibility. We can build different levels of conservatism into different models so that if costs come in higher, interest rates rise, if economic conditions worsen, there's some ability to stick with that plan because we have some buffer built in. But there's also models where we can put in less. And so looking at where those areas of flexibility are in each model is one thing we'll evaluate. And that's it.
Before I go on to questions, I just want to confirm with Andy, the chair of the Finance Committee. It is in fact October 18th at 3 that we're going to be taking up the models in a committee of the whole. Is that correct, Andy?
That is correct. And I was just looking at the agenda for tomorrow to make sure that of the same question, but yes.
Okay. We wanted to make sure we scheduled that far out enough in advance so that counselors who want to be there can be, if you are able to, and if you aren't, there'll be a taping of it, just as we did when we did the session, well, all sessions, but we did the session back in July. With that, Kathy, let's go to questions.
I've got a couple comments and then a question. First, the comment is, Sean, thank you for doing this. It was excellent. And I want to underscore, highlight a couple things he said. One was the potential for some green money for the schools, the Eversource incentive that is linked with ground source heat pumps if we build an efficient building is actually a $1.6 million outlay directly to us. So it's a big amount of money. And what's in the federal bill is for both PV, photovoltaic, and for potentially for ground source, is allowing public entities who don't pay taxes to get a tax credit, a direct payment of a tax credit. So we just don't know when those are coming in terms of regs. So Sean, my comment question is, there is a really important amendment on the voter, before the voters in November, called the Fair Share Amendment. And if that went through, we have a resolution in support of that. The money raised by that extra 4% for people for income above $1 million would come directly to schools and to roads. So one of our issues in your modeling has always been that 3.2 million for everything else. You said vehicles and buildings, but it's got our roads in it too. And I think roads, when I do my knock on doors, aside from personal things, everyone shares a concern about roads. It's on everyone's. So I think all of us need to be doing what we can to let the residents of Amherst know that this is a direct benefit to them. I spoke to a small shopkeeper the other day who didn't even know it was on the ballot. And roads were immediately on his list. So my question on it is, if it passes, I'm assuming we could go back once you know what the terms of it and relook at some of this, and whether it's we have to apply for the money, but it creates a flow. And I don't know on education what the flow would look like, but on roads and other that may help us on the capital side. So just staying tuned to that. That's it. Those are my interactive comments.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I haven't seen any projections, or I don't know if there's anything available about what it would look like. Paul, I don't know if you've heard of anything through the OMA. On the school front, my optimism is a little bit tempered because I know how the Chapter 70 formula works, and if all that money just goes to the Chapter 70 formula, it may not be as big a boost to Amherst specifically as it may be to some other communities. Not to say you shouldn't vote how you vote, but I would just, until I see what it would mean in terms of numbers, I would caution on the school front. On the roads front, if they follow the same allocation method they use for Chapter 90, then we might see some bigger contributions there. But if we see a projection or if I hear anything, we'll certainly factor that into the planning process.
Because the estimates are, you saw it in the memo, as much as $2 billion annually. So it's not and that's the whole state, but we presumably would get some piece of that. So I just think we've got these unknowns that are quite helpful to us in the otherwise extremely tight modeling that you're looking at. Yeah.
Okay. Mandy Jo.
Yes, thank you. I was dismayed to see an election date already chosen for the council when the council, in theory, is the one that gets to set that election date. So I was not happy to see that someone's sort of already put a date out there without the council even discussing that. So in some sense, I'd like to know how that happened before it even came to the council for a discussion as to when we'd want a special election for a debt exclusion override. In conjunction with that, 2 weeks ago, Kathy, as our school building committee rep, said that there were two dates for the MSBA that we could be aiming for MSBA votes, an early March and a late April. And the new schedule came through with the late April one, which does really hamper when we potentially choose to go out for the debt exclusion override. So why are we not aiming for the early March date for the MSBA? Public Works and Fire, we still don't have a DPW site. And so is it about time maybe that we find another fire site? Because the fire station's about ready to fall down. It can't wait for another 5-10 years for us to find a DPW site. I've been on the council 4 years now. The entire time I was on the Charter Commission 2 years before that. A lot of the time I was on town meeting. Fire site's been set, but kept saying, well, we need a DPW site, but we don't have one. And we're nearly a decade or more later. It seems a shame to make the fire department wait while we struggle to find a DPW site. So I'd like to know whether there are other options or whether we've even looked at other options for the fire site in order to be able to move that one ahead of DPW. And then I would like to know what options have been considered for splitting DPW among multiple sites that the town currently owns, like the transfer station, Ruxton, sewer treatment plant. Those are just three that came to mind immediately, such that maybe we can actually move DPW forward sooner because we split how much land we need, or what has been considered to modify our zoning, because my understanding is that part of the problem for a DPW site is our zoning lot coverage maximums. And so have we actually considered in town asking the town council to modify those lot coverage maximums to free up more locations to build DPW sites?
Mandy Jo, let me just pause for a moment and say, the issue of the timing is in your calendar, is in your packet tonight with the expectation of a discussion. We can have that discussion now, or we can do it when we talk about future agenda items, whichever way, or the school update, whichever way we want. So with that, let me just go then back to your other questions, because I think it would be useful for Paul to weigh in on issues of DPW and fire sites.
Lynn, could I just answer her question of why we didn't choose March versus April?
It's a longer conversation, so let's
Okay.
just stick with the sites and then come back to the timing.
Okay.
Okay.
So on the sites for, we have had them sequenced the way you explained with DPW, with knowing that the best location for the fire station was at DPW. I would argue that the DPW building is in much worse condition than the fire building is, significantly so. That being said, we've asked the council president to put us on the agenda for the 17th to discuss DPW options with the council in executive session, because we have a property option that we would like to review with the council. And we can explore more of that then. And at that meeting, I think we'll get some feedback from the council as to which direction you'd like to go.
Mandy Jo, anything else you want to ask on that?
I mean, it sounds like I'm not going to get any answers until executive session. Is that correct?
Yeah, because we have to lay out we have a real property option that we'd like to review with the council in executive session.
Now, the question is, should we pause this and go to the school discussion or come to that later? I'm open to that one way or the other.
You're the president. I didn't know it was on the discussion for
It's in
future agenda items. That's kind of confusing to me because it came up in these presentations.
It actually came up 2 weeks ago and took me off guard. So that was part of what
But I guess
happened.
my question was basically, why did a date get published and put out there before the council has even discussed it?
It's proposed.
That's not what it said in any of those presentations.
Okay, fine. All right. Paul, do you want to stop and discuss the school thing? The school dates?
Yeah, I think Kathy.
And we might just go ahead and pull up, Athena, the schedule of that shows the two different schedules. Sorry. Pam.
So are we tabling the conversation to thank
No.
Sean, or not Sean?
No, we're going to go to the school question that Mandy Jo has raised, and then we'll go back to the rest of the conversation.
Okay, okay, because there were several hands up that
Yeah.
presumably were on the previous presentation.
Right. So this isn't it, Paul, do you want to go on this one, and Kathy?
And Kathy had raised her hand previously on this one.
Kathy?
Sure.
Okay.
So Mandy's question, what's driving dates, whatever we then decide, was that the MSBA March 1st meeting or March 2nd meeting, they surprised the designer and the OPM by saying they always in the past have had the materials for that due 6 weeks before. Instead, they said, if you want to make that meeting, everything has to be in by December 28th, which is, instead of the anticipation was in January. And that would have left very little time to get good cost estimates and do some community engagement on where we are with the building. And so the schedule on, if you look at where the yellow and the red and the purple are, forget where the green is. The work that was going to be done doesn't really push off the later dates, but that extra month of going for the April meeting rather than the March meeting gives time to get really good revised cost estimates with a design where we're working through right now what the building exterior, interior, some of the site costs. So we get a much more solid cost estimate. So it lets us have 2 more weeks or 3 more weeks, which they always thought they were going to have until MSBA did December 28th. And MSBA didn't have a really good reason for that, since their staff isn't there during that time period, why the materials had to come in then. But so that scrunched the timeline, Mandy, that that it really would have been extremely difficult to get everything done at the level we need to get it done on. So that pushed us into the April meeting. And as Lynn said, it caught Hearst by surprise, but it caught everyone by surprise because they don't publish 2023 with the due dates until very late in the year. So that news about everything had to be in by December 28th was major news, as opposed to on the April one, everything has to be in by the beginning of March. And we have plenty of time to do a good job with you all knowing what this building might look like well before we're submitting. So that's the basic moving. And then when we as the council do our votes, or when the town does, that's up to us to decide. It's just the timing needs to continue to allow our designers, assuming it passes, time to design the thing, go out to bid, and stay on the school opening in 2026. So we want to keep that timeline if we can. So that's that early May date, Mandy, which is as soon after MSBA meets as possible. But clearly that's a decision we can make as a council on that timing.
If I can chime in on this. So one of the, I think one of the driving forces on this, and the way Kathy explained it is correct, is we believe that there's a staffing issue at MSBA and they're trying to elongate the processes to push things down the road in terms of, because they're going through a lot of staff turnover and they're trying to recruit people to review all these projects that are in the queue. So we felt that it was important to go to the later MSBA date, because the council would rightly expect to know what the MSBA decision would be and what their percentage would be before you were willing to vote on a project and also decide to put it on the ballot. You can choose to put it on the ballot if we're going to go for a debt exclusion override at any time. You don't have to wait for the MSBA in some ways. But I think that to the public, they're going to want to have as much information as possible. So pushing it out further seemed to make sense. And it didn't impact the end date of the project at all, according to our designers.
So originally the plan, and can go back to this plan, was that we would come to everything would come to the council in December, with the idea that the council would vote by December 21st or 19th, I think is our date, and that it would go on the ballot at the end of March 28th. Now the proposal that's in is, I'm sorry, it doesn't say draft. My apologies. But the proposal that's in your packet has it moving out to the council beginning to discuss this in January, and then voting February 6th. And then it goes on the ballot for a date of May 2nd. And during this discussion, I wanted to make very sure, and I have, that the higher ed institutions are still in classes. They're not even in exams, they're in classes. UMass Amherst is in class until the middle of May. Amherst College is in class until May 9th. Obviously, the schools are still in session because what we don't want to do is run into that issue where faculty and staff and students are starting to leave campus. So we can discuss the timeline further now or in future agenda items, but I sat in this meeting whenever we were here 2 weeks ago, I guess. And all of a sudden I'm hearing that something has just happened and I'm going, really? Then we need to find out what happened. So questions?
So I appreciate the explanation. It shocked me when I pulled up that updated timeline and there was no proposed draft, anything. It had a big green highlight that said, this is the date. And the council hadn't ever discussed when it wants it, whether it wants it before or after the formal MSBA vote. We've been told we could choose either, and any of that. And now there's a date out there and I feel like we can't even choose another date because that's the date that is on documents that doesn't even say draft. That was my big concern. I'd love to discuss more. I'm not sure this is the right time. I think a separate meeting agenda item that has things like, when do we want to put it, is appropriate. That's probably not this meeting. Because I think all the counselors have to think about it. But like I said, I was flabbergasted when I saw an actual date out there instead of, we're aiming for the end of March, early April, or early April, late April, early May.
And even in your future agenda items 2 weeks ago, it had all of the other ideas, proposed future agenda items backed into December, moving on to March. And I'd have to go look at the actual documents, but I believe they were put in under future agenda items so that we can have further discussion later on about this, but that's what happened between last meeting and this meeting was MSBA. We learned that MSBA had changed their schedule. Kathy, did you have a further comment on that?
Just I wanted to say one more thing. As Paul said, Mandy, we could go before the MSBA vote, but there's this hope springs eternal is one way I would think about it. When they meet on March, that date, they could increase the cap on cost per square foot. If it does, it changes how much money we get. And so that's a maybe. We don't think they're going to, but we are trying to say there are a lot of towns and cities in the same situation. So we'll have a good sense by the second week in January of what our share would be if they don't change the cap. We won't know whether they said it's not on their agenda right now, but there is that chance. So just there's that one piece of uncertainty. I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about it, but going well before the meeting, we wouldn't want to miss the opportunity because they never go backwards. So if they did increase the cap, they don't go backwards and give it to you. So that was just the other little bit of a slim chance, but maybe a chance.
I'm also hearing Mandy Jo suggest that she feels the council needs to discuss all of the options as to when we go out. Do we go out before? Do we go out with this? Do we wait even longer? So that's part of the discussion.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Going back to our previous conversation, we can take this down. And Dorothy, you have your hand up. We're now on the capital projects.
I would say that I was not happy with the previous discussion because it's not the clarity that I have often heard from Sean. And he was much too neutral. It sounds like, well, we can have everything if we do it this way or that way. And there was no real sense of limited resources. And what the impacts could be. And it just reminded me of talking from the past, the housing market, I think in the 2000 when it was crazy heated up, and we were told you can have the house you want, the big house you want. It all depends upon how you finance it. And we had things like the balloon mortgages and all kinds of models were thrown at us. And it's like, oh, these are all okay, but they weren't. They weren't all okay. Some are good and some are not good. So I am hoping that when we're presented this, because it made a person like me, I'm just a regular person when it comes to these things, feel like this is all like magic, and would make me feel not capable of making an informed decision. I'm hoping that we really get the information we need as to what it means to us, the town, if we reduce the reserves, if we spread it out longer, if we pay a higher interest rate. All of those things really matter for the future of the town. And I think we have to be aware of limitations. That's my thoughts.
Pat.
Quick one, thank you for your work, Sean. I think that everything that Dorothy is asking for will be coming forward. As you presented, it was clear that we would get more and more details. So thank you for your work. The other thing I want to bring up quickly, and it probably mostly needs to be reserved for executive session, but Hickory Ridge we own and is a really good spot for a fire station without negatively impacting conservation area or even possibly some affordable housing there. I've had multiple conversations with the fire chief about that site. It is an excellent site, and we own it. So it seems to me we need to maybe give up the idea of moving the DPW, but work on the building. I am concerned with the ongoing expenses of just maintaining, even in a shabby, poor state, both the firehouse and the DPW. And so I really would like us to be able to move forward on that. Thank you.
Anna?
Oh God, hang on, too many things open. I lost my note thing. This is why I need a notebook. Okay. Not like at the notes app, notebook. All right. So I think I wanted to echo, I can't remember who I'm echoing, but thinking about when we think about DPW and fire, Paul, it was Paul, the state of the DPW building and the need relative to, they're both high needs. I think that's been very clear. And, I think that we can't let go of one, honestly. So I wanted to thank Sean for doing his job really, really well, which is to provide us with models that show us how to move forward while trying to accomplish all the things we want to accomplish. That is some magician math that I do not have enough knowledge, skill, or degrees to do. And so this is why Sean is here. And I'm so grateful to you for staying neutral and providing these models. These are things that the council has been talking about and prioritizing as capital needs. And so we have asked you to create models where we can do all of this, and you did that. And I am very grateful for that as well. I think you've been very realistic and pragmatic, and it makes sense to be providing an overview now and then to be getting down into those details in the future. So I wanted to make sure that was very clear. Thank you. This is a ton of work. I'm also very excited about some of the other things that you've brought to us today, but we'll get to those later, and I will be excited later as well. So thank you.
Are there any other questions on the capital presentation at this point? Okay, then let's go on to the FY23 appropriations and transfer. This is an automatic referral to the Finance Committee. And again, I'm calling on Sean.
All right, this is the last one, I think. So we have a number of actions that we're proposing. We do this every year. The past couple of years, there's been a little bit more than typical, but we feel these are, there's really strong reasons for why we're proposing these. So quick overview, we are proposing 3 supplemental appropriations, one for the operating budget, one for roads and sidewalks, one for the region track and field project. We're proposing the creation of a capital stabilization fund, and then we're proposing a couple of transfers that are somewhat contingent upon the vote on the capital stabilization fund to transfer into other stabilization funds. And I'll clarify that in a second. So the first one is for operating budgets. So we are,
Sean,
yes.
I'm going to pause for a minute and ask for you to go back a little further in history. And that is that all of a sudden we're talking about supplementals. Where did the money come from?
That's a good question.
Okay.
So every year we have to certify our free cash, and free cash is, as you know, we typically keep it around 5%. At the end of the year, we close out our books. Any excess revenues go into free cash. Any savings on our expense budget go into free cash. And there's a number of other adjustments that are in a complicated formula that Sonia puts together that comes to a number. And so if we have a year that is where we have sort of a strong budgetary performance, where we bring in more than we expected and we don't spend as much, our free cash increases. And our policies say that we will keep 5% in free cash, and then anything above and beyond that, we will transfer to our general stabilization fund, or we potentially could appropriate for sort of a one-time use type of thing. So that's on some of these free cash transfers and these supplemental appropriations. The source that we're proposing for those are from free cash, and it's the free cash balance that was just certified about a week ago. And the first one, the supplemental appropriation for operating budgets, that is a recurring request for a recurring appropriation or increase in our operating budgets, which is a recurring expense. So the source for that is state aid coming in higher, and I'll speak to that more in a second. Does that answer what you were looking for,
Yes.
Lynn? Okay.
Yeah, it's always a mystery to people where money all of a sudden appears from.
Yeah, again, this is a once a year when we close out the previous year's budget where we do these sort of one-time transfers. And the detail will, if time permits, we're planning on doing the fourth quarter budget report on October 18th potentially as well. And that's the fourth quarter of FY22, where Sonia will go into detail about just what I just said, what revenues came in better, what expenses, where did we see savings on the expense side, and you'll get a much better idea in your head about where those savings came from. So back to the first one that we're proposing, which is a supplemental appropriation for the operating budget. So we're proposing a 0.5% increase, which is about $351,938. This increase would be for the town, the schools, and the library. The reasons why we're proposing this, there's really three main ones. One, we have a number of ongoing expenses that across the schools and the town, maybe the library, but I don't know as much about the details of their budget right now. But we have a number of recurring expenses that are being funded by federal grants. And we've talked about trying to transition away from those federal grants. And one way we can do that is to get our operating budget up. So for the town specifically, we're talking about the fire and EMTs that we hired last year. We added 4. Right now they're being funded by ARPA, and increasing our operating budget, getting that limit up will help us phase them into the operating budget. For the elementary schools, it's that arts position. You may remember when we talked about the budget in the spring, there was a lot of discussion around revisiting it in the fall, depending on how state aid came in, and this is us revisiting it. And then the last one for the regional schools, and talking with the superintendent and their business manager, they're funding a number of mental health activities that they would like to be ongoing. They're being funded by federal funds right now. They're ESSER funds, and increasing the operating budget would allow them to continue some of those as well. The second reason why is inflation. Inflation is, we talked about this, the timing of the budget. We didn't factor a lot of inflation into the operating budget. We did more on the capital side. And we have seen rising fuel costs and utility costs. I was just on a meeting late last week about the price of electricity. And I think we've all probably seen the newspapers or heard about that, but electricity costs are really expected to go through the roof this winter. And that's something that will impact all of our department budgets. And then the last one is our operating budgets, during the height of the pandemic, we held them flat, the really bad year where there was a lot of uncertainty. We held operating budgets flat. And costs continued to go up, salaries still went up, health insurance still went up, but we didn't increase our operating budgets at all that year. And that was very unusual. And we never made up that flat year. The next year we did a 2% or so increase, and then a 2.5% the next year. But we never made up for that lost year of increases while our costs continued to rise. And so doing this 0.5% is sort of a first step at trying to get that back, that year of 0% increases to operating budgets, which is one of the reasons why we stressed it so much in the budget proposal this year, that we're hearing a lot from department heads about the struggles they're having with their operating budgets. So how would we propose to fund this? When we proposed the FY23 budget, we based it on the governor's projection of state aid for municipalities. The legislature had a much higher projection, and that was ultimately what was approved. It was approved rather late in the budget process, so it was approved after the town approved the the town council approved the FY23 budget. So that increase in state aid, and I think in the packet tonight there's a memo, and in the back of that memo there's a projection, so you can see the increase in state aid and how it would support the increase in the operating budgets. So that's number one. Number two, like last year, we're proposing $1 million allocation to roads and sidewalks. There's the reasons why I think most everyone knows these, but it's been identified as a high priority by the council and manager. There's a large backlog of repairs needed, and this area too has been hit hard by inflation, where we just can't do as much as we used to be able to do. I'd like to be able to say this $1 million will go, really, really far, but I think it's going to help us just get back to what we wanted to do, maybe a little bit more. But again, roads and sidewalks are driven by oil prices and things like that. And then, so this is one that would be funded by the amount of free cash that we have above that 5% that we keep. And you'll see a grid at the end that kind of summarizes all this. The next one is $900,000 for the region track and field project. So the regional schools put together a financial plan for how the contributions from the 4-member towns would work to fund the track and field project. This is the larger project that would take care of the field as well as the track, not just the track. And the council has already approved sort of the first 2 legs of that funding plan. You approved the debt authorization in May, and then over the summer you approved the CPA request. And so this would be the third and final leg to fund the town share that was outlined by the regional schools. If this is approved, the next steps would be in the hands of the region to work with the other member towns to raise their shares, and for whoever's going to be leading the fundraising process to work on fundraising. And this too would be from, free cash. And this will be discussed when we do the fourth quarter report for FY22. One of the reasons why our free cash came in higher this year, so that we have some to transfer, is that it included $400,000 of returned assessments from the regional schools. When a regional school district has so much of its own money in reserves, it has to give some back to its member towns. And so they exceeded a certain amount a year ago or so. And so they returned some of the assessment to us, which wasn't expected. So in some ways, about $400,000 of this transfer request is really regional school money that was given back to us that we would put towards this project. Creation of a capital stabilization fund. So several years ago, the town considered a capital stabilization fund. At that time, our reserves were a lot lower. We feel strongly that setting this fund up would be a really helpful planning tool, not only for myself and the town manager, but we think it would be really helpful to the community to kind of see what we've set aside specifically for capital. Some people do this in their own personal finance. They'll have a rainy day fund. They might have a home repair fund or so. This would be like the home repair fund. This would be how much are we set aside specifically for the 4 building projects. And if this fund is approved, we would recommend a policy that would state any reserves in excess of 15% of, and Andy caught me on this while he was reviewing the PowerPoint, in excess of the operating budget. But specifically when we say the operating budget, we mean the operating revenues that support the budget. Any amount of reserves in excess of 15% of that figure would go to the capital stabilization fund to build that fund up. And we're proposing that after the decisions are made on the other orders we're proposing here tonight. Why are we doing this? The town is, as we discussed, is undertaking a significant challenge to replace all 4 buildings as quickly as possible, and this fund would aid in the planning process. It would also distinguish for the community, what reserves do we have for sort of economic fluctuations in revenue and downturns, and what do we have specifically to support these projects? And as I said, the funding for this would just be any amount in excess of that 15%. The next one is a transfer and appropriate to the reparation stabilization fund, and if approved, the capital stabilization fund. So the first, there's 2 actions within this order. The first one is to appropriate $134,330 from free cash to the reparation stabilization fund. This is the amount that's equal to what was collected in cannabis tax in FY22. Staying with this one, this was the plan that the council agreed to basically set aside annual amounts that are equivalent to the cannabis tax revenue received, and make those contributions to the reparation stabilization fund until the balance hits 2 million. So this would be the contribution basically for FY22, what was left over from FY22. And all that would be done if the town was determined to be in good financial standing, which I think we are at this point. The second order here would be to transfer $1,678,120 from free cash to the newly created capital stabilization fund. And this is that amount that's in excess of 5%, which is what we like to keep in free cash. This is the amount that's in excess of 5% of free cash when taking into account all the other orders. And I can show you a sort of a breakdown of that later. And so, yeah, so that contribution would go right into the capital stabilization fund. So that's really just moving, this order here is really just moving money from free cash into the 2 stabilization funds. And then the last one is to transfer and appropriate $7,815,456 from our general stabilization fund to the capital stabilization fund. So again, if our policy would be to keep 15% in reserves, that would equate to 5% in free cash, which is our policy to keep 5% in free cash. And then that would mean we'd keep roughly 10% in our general stabilization fund to add those 2 to get to 15%. And so what this would do is transfer the amount we currently have in general stabilization above that 10% to the capital stabilization fund. Apologize for the complexity. I know it's a lot of percentages and different stabilization funds. And so again, this would be to build up that capital stabilization fund in anticipation of the 4 building projects. I think this slide will make it a little clearer. So this is the summary. So you've got the different actions that are being proposed, the order numbers that are in your packet, pending Sonia's review. She's on vacation, so if I mess something up, she'll let us all know. You've got the amounts that are being proposed. So they all have amounts except for the creation of the capital stabilization fund. You have the funding source. So the funding source for the first one is state aid, as I explained. The next few would be free cash. And then the last one is again, the amount above and beyond having 15% reserves, which would come from the general stabilization fund. And this town school operating budget one, it's recurring in the sense that it's the state aid is being built into the base, and that base will continue going into the future. It won't be a sort of give it to the school budget and then take it away. The other ones would be one time, except for the reparations, which is it's sort of recurring as we will consider it every year. It'll be a decision every year, but it'll be recurring that we'll consider it. And that's it. A lot of information. So we try to package it all together to try to get it all, a lot of it's related. So we try to package it into one conversation, but I understand it's a lot of percentages and numbers.
Could you put the chart back up
Mm-hmm.
that you just showed us? Wouldn't the capital stabilization fund, the second from the bottom, wouldn't we be doing that on a recurring basis based on free cash?
It would be an annual decision every year. If we had the free cash to transfer, then yes, but at this point, I'm not presuming that we would have free cash to transfer every year.
Okay, that's my only question this time.
Yep.
Anna.
Oh, I'm still typing. All right. First off, I am so thrilled to see a proposed capital stabilization fund. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is something, this is necessary for the bill that Mandy Jo and I introduced because we said that a lot of the money would go into a capital stabilization fund. So we were hoping that one would show up. So that was great. We weren't hoping. We knew it was coming down the pike, or we'd heard rumors, or we would introduce it. I really do want to strongly emphasize my support for this. I think that, obviously the 4 projects are the biggest and the longest draw from that stabilization fund. And I'm curious, if you have ideas of what might be supported by that fund in the future. For example, inflation has hit things like roads and sidewalks and like vehicles and like all of these other elements that come before JCPC. And so that fall under that idea of capital. And obviously a capital improvement stabilization fund is slightly different from that. And so I'm curious what you see as the really, really long-term objectives of that fund. And then I also just wanted to commend you for the track metaphors in the slide about the track. So thank you for that. Although Mandy did point out relays typically have 4 legs, so you can add one more in there. Thanks.
It's okay if I quickly respond, Lynn?
Sure.
I think, I think our vision for the capital stabilization fund is primary objective would be the short term to help support the 4 building projects, but that it would continue to have a purpose after that, just to support. We know there's other capital needs that are sort of right behind those 4 building projects that we've heard about. And so we think this, it's a good idea to have this regardless of the 4 building project plan, that it's nice to have a place to put money for the capital repairs that we know will be coming. So.
Thank you.
Pam?
Thanks, and thanks, Sean. This is a very complete presentation. Even if it's a little general, it's a really good starting point for a lot of us. Question on, for instance, the track that was mentioned. So if $900,000 goes into this project, is that $900,000 that would come off of the intended borrow that we were originally looking at? Second question, the operating budget, you had the 0.5% that was going sort of across the board to all of the operating budgets for the schools, the municipal budget, and library services. I recall a fairly active conversation last fall when we talked about the $50,000 that was requested by the school board for art teachers. And the message was pretty clear that we thought that there was enough money in their fund, in fact, to handle that. So it's interesting that we're now seeing not just 50,000, but we're actually seeing 125,000 in this. I really appreciate the fact that between you and the finance committee, that the town has operated very conservatively and had this kind of free cash residual. So I really appreciate that work. And I would ask that the finance committee, in discussing this, give some consideration to these questions.
Kathy?
So I want to echo, Anna, that I like the capital stabilization fund concept a lot. So I have a question that I think might help those who are also listening. Sean, how much is in the stabilization fund, not capital, at 15%? Because I don't want to give the impression that we're taking all the money and put it into capital fund. You've left a 15%. Do you often have that number? So if we move this 7.8 out, what's left in? Because that money could be used for capital. It can be used for, and then do a long list of other things it can be used for, but we're not taking all the money away. You're leaving a huge amount in. And so I thought that would be useful. And then question number 1, and then 2, to build on Lynn's, in the future, if we have dipped into that 15% and there's free cash, this most of it would go into the general stabilization fund, as I understand it. It's only when we're generating free cash that's high enough that stabilization hits it. So it's basically hard to predict where this is in year 2, 3, and 4. I can understand that, but I just want to know how much do we have right now is my question. So we're not, when we take 7, 8 away, what are we taking it away from?
Yeah, so great questions. So one thing, I'll give you those answers in 1 second. So one thing just to be aware of is we track year over year how much we add to free cash and how the budget does. I would say that this year and the year before are not what I would say are typical years. We've had larger increases to free cash than general. And the number one reason for that is COVID. We've been much more conservative in our budgeting. You gotta remember the FY22 budget was developed in the spring of 2021 and the fall of 2020, which, different time than where we are now in terms of what we're seeing out in our downtown, which is definitely rebounded. And so that's the major reason why the last couple of years we've had these sort of bigger than normal free cash transfers. Now we've hoped to be able to keep building the capital stabilization fund, but I don't anticipate it'll be to the same amount that we have been these last couple of years. So to answer your question, if we were to keep 15%, that would be a total of about 13.5 million. And again, that would be split between free cash and general stabilization, but it'd be about 13.5. And that would still allow us to transfer about, what is it, the 1.6 or 1.7 plus, that would allow us to transfer about 9.5 to the capital stabilization fund. So we'd keep the 13. Sorry, go ahead.
Right now, if I add the 7.8 in, so we've got over 20 million in the stabilization fund with, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, to start this year, we were at about 25%. I think when the last number we saw, we were at about 25% in the general stabilization fund. So this would be transferring, but again, as we described, the reason why we're there is because we've built it up for these projects. This would allow us to pull it out of there and put it in a place that's clearly marked for capital.
Mandy Jo.
Thank you. I also really like the idea of a capital stabilization fund. One of the benefits is when we were looking at just a stabilization fund and then looking at the models you went through just a couple minutes ago, as a counselor, it was always hard to guess, well, how much can we use from the stabilization fund? Where is that line? What is that? How much does it put us at risk? And so if we're just looking at one fund that already has the money in it and we know we could, in theory, draw it down to zero, that helps us evaluate those models so much easier than it did when they were combined with sort of our savings account for rainy days. A couple of questions. I asked this at the BCG meeting, but the region appropriation order, we had talked at BCG about it not necessarily being part of their budget for this year, that it would be more of a potentially go to the track project or some other thing. And then the overall number, that 85,000 be included in what we base the increase on next year. But because the region budget is so difficult, we can't change their full budget. So I see it in the draft order that it would be a supplemental to them. And so I'd like to know more about what the draft order actually means in terms of where it goes and how it goes and what other votes we might need, or whether it should not even be included in that and it should be included in a separate financial order completely for some other reason. The track. I like that we'll have funded pretty much our entire share, but I'm curious about, I don't know whether you guys know, an update on how the rest of the towns are doing and how the fundraising is doing, because those were a large part of getting to the project we really wanted. And I'm worried that that might not happen, mainly because at least for the fundraising, I haven't seen any movement by the boosters for seeking money. I've been at athletic events where they've asked for contributions to the boosters and they haven't mentioned the track project at all. And then do we know whether that budget is still about the same, or are we going to be, has that also ended with an increase somehow because of all the other inflations we've seen?
It's okay if I respond to that, Lynn?
Please.
Yeah, so no, great point about the region. We can't increase our assessment officially to them this year without all the other towns revoting their assessments and voting higher assessments, which is not likely to happen. So there's really two options that, to your point, Mandy Jo, this order might change a little bit. The two options we have are the first one that you described, which is we could potentially just put it towards the track and field for this year. We would build it into their base for next year. But for this 1 year, the increase would just go towards the track project, which we know they're still looking for funding. The other option potentially would be to donate it to the region. They've reached out to their attorney how that would work, and they've also talked to Mark Abrams, who's a regional school district guru around the state. And so, one option would be to donate it to them, not officially give it to them as an assessment, but almost like a gift. So those are the two options that would be available for this year's funds for the region. Again, but with the mindset that we would build it into their base for the following fiscal year. I have not heard any updates about the other towns. I don't believe any have made any additional commitments to funding. I know they're talking about it, but I haven't heard that any have approved any additional funding beyond what one or two of them did for CPA originally. And then I do not have an update on if the cost has changed, but I can check in with Doug Slaughter from the regional schools about that.
Okay. Are there other questions? Again, remember, this is just the opening discussion. Are there other questions about this piece of the financial presentation? Because that really covers 3 and 4 in your agenda. Okay. Before we take a break, I just want to see if there are other questions in general about finance and other requests in general about finance, given the fact that at the very beginning of the meeting, Sean laid out kind of what's to come. And we had some good discussions about further outreach. Then we also he particularly went on to the capital projects, and there's going to be a more in-depth discussion with actual model scenarios, from what I understand, on the 18th. And then this one, which is what was being referred to the Finance Committee, all of this is referred to the Finance Committee. So Michelle?
Yeah, I had a couple general comments and observations about process, but I was hoping to bring them forward in finance tomorrow. Is that a good approach, or will there be an opportunity in finance to talk about process?
Andy?
Yes, I assume that is a major part of the discussion tomorrow.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
Is there
Thank
anything
you.
specific you wanted to mention, however, tonight?
Well, I need to get my thoughts together, but one of the things that comes to mind is with the turning over of a council, a portion of the process happens prior to that, and then the new council onboards in January. And then the rest of the portion of the process happens. And just from my personal experience, I had some observations that I was going to share in finance about that and maybe ways to manage that. That's
Okay.
the only thing that's coming to mind right now. But as long as I know there's going to be a place and time for that tomorrow, that's great.
It's a very astute observation, however, that I think particularly 6 counselors are sitting here going, I came into this story halfway through. So
Exactly.
we fully sympathize with you. We came into the story even in a more interesting moment. Let's change processes altogether, because now we're a city known as the town of. Dorothy?
You may not have meant this when you said any other requests. This is probably not the right time, but I know that I've heard from a lot of people that they would like to add money to the town budget for tree maintenance We at present don't have any steady source of that funds. People are very interested in preserving trees, and to do that in a consistent manner, we need to have a more money in a maintenance budget for trees.
Okay. Andy.
Yeah, actually commenting on just the last two comments. One is that what Michelle was raising is a difficult problem. Happened in the last round is that the select board had to start with the process and hand it over to the council, so that the first council was dealing with what the select board had started, and because the guidelines really came out of the select board, so except for Melissa Brewer and I, there was no carryover between the two, and that was hard on 11 other counselors, and which gets back to the point that I raised very much at the beginning, that to a large extent, we are a victim of the charter, which is in itself a victim of state law, because the charter was developed to be consistent with what the state requires. And we can talk about it tomorrow, but it just in general, it is important to recognize that we have to have a process that coincides with what the state provides as to how and when budgets are developed for cities, and why it was done the way it was is an interesting question, because every city must face the same problem, that they're holding elections in November and doing inaugurations at the beginning of January, and there's mandates of when the budget has to be developed and how much time it takes. And that's the one of the things that I was referring to there. And as far as the comment that came from Dorothy about trees, I mean, it's really helpful to know what people think is important. And so I really welcome that. We are stuck with something that you pointed out, Michelle, and that is 2.5 and the limitations, because our budgeting doesn't start with our needs. Our budgeting starts with what we have available and what we know is the cost of continuing programs that are existing. So it's that is just a fact that we've always had to deal with as long as I've been involved with it, which is 4 years, and I want to admit.
Are there any other comments or questions? Sean, thank you. I think that we asked for a budget overview. We've seen operating, we've seen capital, and we've seen what happens at the end of a budget year when you have a balance left. So this is the beginning of the budget season, and you put a lot of thought into this, and we really want to thank you for putting it out there the way you have, and we know there's much, much more to come.
Yeah,
So,
no, thank you. We'll be
Thanks.
discussing it tomorrow at 3 o'clock or 3:30.
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock tomorrow? Yes. Thank you. Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then come back. We'll be back at 8:30. Wow. Please turn your video off and your audio off. As you return, please turn your video back on so that I can tell if you're here.
Hi, Lynn, I'm here.
I figured you all needed a very generous break because that was mind-boggling numbers.
So I'm assuming that the town manager will remain in place until we change them. right?
Yes, and we'll do that if we're going to do that, we'll do it in December. Okay, as you return, please turn your video back on. Just to start moving on. Item 8C was removed from consent. And Andy, you were the one that removed that, so let's, it's a second reading. Would you like to speak to your question or whatever? Or the whatever? The reason you would like this removed, I'm sorry, you shouldn't give
Okay,
me
let me
a 10-minute
explain the
break.
reason.
I hope that it's an or
removed it.
whatever.
It came up very quickly last time, and it looked like a very simple change to something called street numbering. And then when I started looking at it a lot more and thinking about it, I realized that this is a fairly significant request that we are making of all of the homeowners and all of the property owners, business property owners in the town. And the question then came as to whether this was the best way to solve a problem. I think that the problem is important, and I really appreciate that GOL identified it, because as was indicated in their cover memo, it's really important that the fire EMS staff and other first responders be able to find a place when they're sent out by dispatch as quickly and as easily as possible. And I think that in general, it's always important that people be able to find what they're looking for. And I was sort of reflecting back, as I said to Michelle, when I was emailing back and forth with her about this a little bit, since she's chair of GOL, when I campaigned, if I went looking for a particular house on a voter list, sometimes it was easier than other times. And the difficulties that I have were several. One is for homes. It really depends upon the particular neighborhood and even the particular house. Some houses have numbers on them. A lot of houses don't. Some houses are built so that you can't tell where would be the best place to go looking for a number to begin with. Some people don't use their front doors as their main entrance, and so they put numbers around in various sides. So the real important question then comes to that fallback provision, which is having the number be, if it's not visible from the front of the house, that it be on the entry of the at the public way. And that also depends very much upon what the property is. If the mailbox, for example, is right in front of the driveway, or in the driveway is going to a single house, is pretty easy. If there's a long driveway shared by a number of different homes, and there's 5 numbers down at the bottom of the hill or whatever the entry may be, and there's multiple houses, then is it easy to make sure which house is which as the emergency responder is looking? So there are just a whole lot of questions, plus the whole question of how commercial properties are identified and how dispatch identifies commercial properties. Do they identify by a street address or the actual business name? Because a lot of times things are identified by the business name and are known by the business name. So I think that there were a lot of questions. And when I was asking whether GOL had considered all of those things and had received specific advice from the dispatch, fire, EMS, the bid, the Chamber of Commerce for the business ends of it. The answer was no. Was there any effort to reach out to people who just are general residents to let them know what we're thinking about and how they would identify? It seemed that there hadn't been any work on it. It was just something that was created by the committee, and I appreciated their effort in doing it, but I'm not sure that I feel that it was a well-researched and something that had been floated to the community with community input that is going to have a fairly significant impact on the community. And that's the reason I wanted to bring that up and bring the whole thing up today, because I would urge that we not vote on it tonight, but that we vote to refer it back to committee.
I'm going to ask if that's a motion.
I will make that a motion.
Okay, so that your motion is to refer this back to GOL.
Correct.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? I'm going to second it for the purposes of discussion, just to put it there. Okay, Mandy Jo. You and Michelle and Pat are
We're all on GOL.
So which one wants to go first?
I'm happy to let the chair go first if she'd like to go first.
All right, Michelle, you get fingered on this one.
Thank you. Well, first, I really appreciate the thought that Andy put into this. I really, really do. And I think, the bylaw we previously had was one sentence, I think. So I think there's at least some agreement that maybe getting a more robust bylaw that takes into consideration some of these matters that Andy brought up. We attempted to do that. We did consult with the fire chief, who was supportive of the language that we propose. But I think that the points that Andy is making are good. And I'm not sure, and this is for the town council as a whole, I guess, to consider, but that GOLs, so is there another committee, given what you're saying in terms of what I'm hearing, Andy, the level of outreach that you would like to have happen on this particular bylaw, be, the business community? I also heard you mention reaching out to residents. We would normally do that through some sort of public hearing, which is just beyond what I had ever imagined on a bylaw like this. However, if for example, TSO would be able to consider these things, I'm not sure that GOL necessarily would be the right committee. And I don't know what other committee members on GOL feel about that. But given the concerns that you're raising, it seems like another committee may be the better committee to look at it. I'm not turning away work. I'm just putting it out there. So that's all I got.
Mandy Jo.
Yeah, I wanted to give a little history as to why this is in front of the council. Back when the bylaw review committee reviewed all of the bylaws for the changeover of government, this one came to the council as we're not going to change it, but we think it needs looked at further because it's very vague. And should we require it not just for residential buildings? There were two things we were asked to look for. What does by figures mean in terms of how to indicate a house number? And should it include not just residential buildings? Should it include more than residential buildings? And so that's why we're here tonight. we believed it should include not just residential buildings, which is what the current bylaw does include. So in terms of to respond to Andy's concern about homeowner issues, well, they already have to post somewhere visible to the street. So now you might have to add it to the house. But if you're not, in that shared driveway, a house number on a house is really important to figure out. If you take Lynn's house, which house has the number when there's 5 at the bottom of the street? Or a supplemental dwelling unit or something to have them on the house. It doesn't have to be expensive. It could be on a door. It doesn't have to be drilled into brick or anything. And in terms of expanding it to residential, from residential to all building owners, not all commercial buildings have a big sign out front identifying them as Dunkin' Donuts. Many commercial buildings are just a big office block that doesn't always put a number on front. And then you sit there driving down the street hoping you've got the right building. And so what we tried to do was clarify, to expand it to everyone, to make it more easy to find building numbers. But to clarify that figures really does mean numbers, not words written out to describe those numbers. Because we felt universally it's much easier to read the Arabic numerals 413, for example, than to read 413 in script, say. That makes it less accessible. So that's really the goal behind all of this. And then if you'll notice, there is non-criminal disposition added. There was no enforcement mechanism in the current bylaw. So it was there, but there was no way to enforce it because there was no enforcement mechanism or violation mechanism. So, the goal is not to fine people. You'll notice that it's a very small fine. The goal is to get them to put their numbers on if it becomes a problem, which is why the first violation is basically a correction notice. Please add your numbers. So that's sort of a little bit of the history and why we've proposed it this way.
Dorothy, question, comment?
I would like to suggest that we consider what they do in Norfolk, Connecticut, where I lived for a number of years. It wasn't up to the individual homeowners. They had their numbers however they wanted them, but the fire department EMS had a particular style of, I think it was a blue thing. They put the numbers on them and they placed them where they needed them, because the idea was that if you have an emergency, they need to find your house and they need to find it quickly. And that gets rid of the question of who's doing what and where, because they would do it. Now, this obviously takes the time of some town workers. So you could say, this is something that would be implemented over a period of time. And they would do the areas that they felt were most in need of clarity. Because right now, if they can't, I'm sure they would lose a very important time trying to find houses the way we have our higgledy-piggledy numbering system. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Mandy Jo, nobody had house numbers on their houses until we moved there and made them do it. Including at the entrance to the driveway, we would list them all. Paul.
Yeah, I just want to bring to the council's attention that the SALT Council, which is a seniors in law enforcement together, has a program to provide numbers to anybody who would like them. They charge $7, and it's done by volunteers from the SALT Council who will put the number on a 4-inch tall numbers onto a stake and put it in front of your metal stake, metal numbers, reflective numbers. And they can put that in front of your house. Anybody can go to the police department's website and look up the SALT Council, and they are always willing to do that. And it's $7 is what they charge.
Pam?
I had exactly that times 3. And every time those wonderful posted signs on my front lawn walked away in the middle of the night. So it's a really, really great numeral, and it's really visible, but they do walk.
So the motion on the floor is to refer this back to GOL. And yet we heard from one person in GOL that perhaps this isn't a GOL issue. And so I want to also, mention other options, and that is, can the town develop, I want to say guidelines, because regulations may be what I really mean. Can the town develop guidelines and do some kind of joint program with the group that helps people do this? So that these numbers are in fact quite visible. I mean, if you're using your GPS on your phone and all of a sudden it says the address is there and you're going, really? I didn't know that. So is there some other solution we can suggest besides developing a very complicated bylaw that starts saying things like, if your house is 25 feet from the street, then you should have a street marker and those kinds of things? Because I could just see, that being the kind of thing GOL would wrestle with, well, or some committee. Michelle?
Well, just as you were talking, Lynn, I was thinking if it does go back to GOL, one thing we could do is explore what other communities do with respect to this. There may be some model out there that works really well, like you're describing. And so that's something I think we could look at. And I just differentiate that from what Andy's talking about, which is really about getting public input and engagement, at least how I heard it, from the business community and from residents. So I'm not sure that piece of this would be a GOL matter.
Andy?
Yeah, I don't think that it needs to be made too complicated, but it would be really helpful to know from dispatch what kind of information they receive and how things can be identified, which is really a question for the first responder departments that then provide the response after dispatch, as to what information that they have that is helpful and when it is not helpful. As I understand the question that was asked of Chief Nelson was, do you like this? And he said, yeah. Then he was probably saying, gee, it's better than what I have now. But it wasn't really an investigation of what is the best proposal. The best proposal came from the committee itself. So I just didn't feel it had gone far enough. I'm not sure that it needs too much. I also think that we've probably done enough discussion that we should have done during first reading, that the community may become aware of this, and we might hear from people anyway who have strong feelings, and people who don't have strong feelings, well, then we should just do what is really in the best interest of the first responders. I was concerned about, and Nandy touched on this, is putting it on, having to mount it into brick or some other surface that is difficult to mount it into. Even doors aren't made of wood anymore. And so, how things get affixed, I'm not even sure that I'm the expert. But I'd have to talk to the hardware store to find out that answer. And so I just felt like it was worth making sure that there was more community awareness about this, and that there was some effort to give some thought to what is the best way to do something that's really important, which is to make sure that houses get identified for first responders and for the community at large.
Michelle?
So I see Anika's hand too, but I just quick response to that. I did wonder about that. I did wonder how the information, if the bylaw is approved, will be rolled out to residents and building owners. And that would be, I would imagine, a town staff matter. So we didn't really address that so much. So that's a good point.
Anika?
I was wondering if it would be possible to maybe list on the town website, if it is something that we're seeking input on, to differentiate between that and it being an issue of safety. I know myself, I had to go ahead and put like the larger numbers out that for various reasons of personal reasons, I wasn't in love with the idea of doing, but I do understand that, it is, it helped not only just helping people know where they're going, but, especially in the event of an emergency. But I guess the question would be, would it be sufficient to have those questions or at least, have a mention of it on the town website that encourages people, if they feel one way or another about it, they could reach out to see if there even is broader interest.
Shalini?
Yeah, I appreciate Andy bringing up this discussion and the safety aspect of it, because I think if you position it that way, many more residents are likely to look at it, because I'm now looking at our house and I'm like, sometimes it doesn't show up on GPS. And now if we had an issue with the police and fire, find us. And so I'm already thinking about it. So I think it's a discussion worth letting the residents know about, not just in the rollout, but I think upfront. I mean, the rollout definitely, but also before that. And I had a related question then, because as we are working in TSO on the outreach plan, community engagement plan, and one of the questions then is, if a committee, like in this case, GOL is proposing a bylaw change, should they be doing the outreach, or is that supposed to go to TSO? And I think from the TSO side, we would feel that the outreach has to be with, like, CRC is doing the rental registration and they're doing the outreach. And so GOL is proposing then, and that's kind of the way we are designing the template, offering it to the town council to look at at some future date. But that would be the idea. But I think that will be a clarification that would be helpful to TSO also, as we design the outreach plan, is the relevant committee responsible for doing the outreach?
So, Michelle.
Sorry, if I could just respond briefly to that. I do think that GOL is a little bit different in the sense that the bylaws can have a spectrum, they can impact a spectrum of matters in the town. And so if we were to take on the engagement piece for every one of the possible matters that could come across in a bylaw revision situation, I think we would be way outside of our workload. So it almost feels like what you're saying, Shalini, is and you guys are working on this, there's going to be a need, or there is a need, or we're consistently talking about the need for more outreach to happen for any sort of changes and measures that are brought forward. So how do we address that as a system, to have a process for that, as opposed to, I can't imagine GOL really being able to do and have the capacity and the systems in place to do the outreach for any number of bylaws that may be revised, as a referral to us.
Jennifer.
Just seconding what Michelle just said. Yeah.
All right. So there's several options here. One is there is a motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is to refer it back to GOL. At that point, GOL could do any number of things, including come back and say, gee, I think this also needs to be considered by another committee. Another option is that we go ahead and we vote on this, which means that it goes into effect. And then we look to the town manager and say, how do you want to inform people of this new requirement? And is there a plan for outreach and implementation through the town? I'm just throwing out options at this point, because the one thing I want to recognize is that the bylaw that we had in place prior to this was woefully poor. Okay. So sometimes we want to, it's better to at least put in place a slightly better bylaw while we maybe work on other options. So that's just something to think about. The motion on the floor, however, is to refer back to GOL. The motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, then we're going to vote on the motion to refer back to GOL. And I'm going to start with Anna Devlin Gothier.
No.
Lynn Griesmer is a no. Mandy Jo Haneke,
No.
Anika Lopes,
No.
Michelle Miller,
No.
Dorothy Pam,
Abstain.
Pam Rooney,
No.
Kathy Shane,
Yes,
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
No.
Leisha Walker,
No.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
No.
Okay, there are 3 yeses. 12 noes, 1 abstention. I'm sorry, 3 yeses. 9 noes, 1 abstention, and no absence. So the motion fails. Andy, you have your hand up?
Yes. I'm going to be voting no on the next motion. I don't expect that I'll necessarily be in the majority when I vote no. But I really am concerned that we are passing something that is going to be the final decision. It's going to require that people put large numbers on houses that don't have them, go through the responsibility to do that, and to place on the entrance to the public way, which may or may not identify their homes. And for many people, they have identification at the public way that does identify their homes, and the necessity of putting the numbers on the house is pretty close to zero. I just don't find that it's a well thought out proposal that is going to solve the problem we're seeking to solve. And for that reason, I'm going to vote no.
Okay, Kathy?
I'm going to echo Andy's, and I wish I'd read it closer to see whether there's some simple edit I could do. But if I go up and down our street, many of the houses can't be seen from the road, but they have a very prominent number at their driveway. And so we're asking that house to also put a number on the house. Historic older houses, my constituents will say, why did you do this? Why didn't you just say you have to have a 3-inch high thing saying where your house is or on your house? So we have a and on the building and outside. So I'm just saying they're driveways that go up a hill. So it's asking people to go to an effort where you may not need the extra effort. So
Mandy,
I will vote no on it as it's currently written.
okay, Mandy Jo.
I'm gonna make the motion.
Okay.
Move to amend general bylaw 3.39 street numbering of houses by inserting the language shown in bold red font and removing the language shown in red strike-through font as follows. Do I need to read the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. We're getting rid of the word houses and adding buildings to the title, and then adding penalties for violations of the street number of buildings bylaw. Non-criminal disposition for first violation, warning and correction notice, enforcement by building commissioner, inspection services, fire department. Non-criminal disposition for second and subsequent violations, $25, enforcement by building commissioner, inspection services, fire department. Deleting the sentence, homeowners shall indicate the street number of the house by figures at 2 1/2 inches high and so located as to be easily seen from the street, and adding the phrase or clause or multiple sentences. Building owners shall post the numeric street number of the building on the building, and if necessary, to be easily seen from the public way at an additional location easily visible from the public way, using figures at least 3 inches tall. For clarity purposes, 413A is the appropriate posting, not 413A.
Okay, would you please put the motion up on top on the screen? And Mandy Jo, I want to make sure that for all of us. Yeah, we need to see. There you go. What of this motion that's on did you change anything? No, okay. So this is the motion that is on your motion sheet. Is there a second?
Second, Miller.
Okay. Mandy Jo? Michelle?
I just wanted to briefly respond to Kathy. Kathy, you know where I live, and I just wanted to give you an example of at the bottom of the long driveway, I could have posted my house number, which I do, on a tree. But I have an accessory dwelling unit, okay? So even if both 374A and 374B were posted at the end of the driveway, if somebody needed to reach either my children in 374A or somebody in the accessory dwelling in 374B, unless they were properly identified on both of the houses, when they came down the driveway, they wouldn't know which house it was. So that's just one example of where it could be detrimental if it's not placed both at the end of the driveway and on the particular building that it's matched to.
Pam?
I think I'd like to make a friendly amendment to change the word. It's in the second line of the main text. The building owner shall post the numeric street number of the building on the building, or if necessary, to be easily seen from the public way at an additional location easily visible from the public way. It's, in many cases, it really is sort of an either or, and maybe both is a little overkill.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
I'm going to speak against that. And the reason I am is because when you go up my driveway, there's 4 houses. And how do you know which one is mine? And the way you know it is because we have postings on trees, we have postings on the house, and we have a posting at the beginning of the driveway.
So you're covered. So you're covered.
I'm covered, but if you have more than one house, as Michelle was just mentioning, not putting a number on the house or on something right near the house doesn't help the fire and the police and EMS. That's why I've said my piece. Are there any other comments or questions? Shalini?
Yeah, I just wanted to share my position why I will be supporting this. And normally I'm all about the community outreach and understanding the impact that this might have on residents and businesses. And however, keeping the safety factor in mind, that I think the fact that this should be in place as soon as possible in case there is an incident. And so I'm keeping that in mind, and which is why I am in favor of getting this passed and making it all the houses safe and easily accessible. However, I would like the town manager to then have a way to let everyone know that. And I think the fact that there is no immediate fine, there's a letting people know. So I think it feels like it's being thought through, so it's not going to have a really negative consequence. So I think we're pretty good. Just let's do this and maybe coordinate a little bit through our district newsletters and all of that. Let people know that, hey, for your safety, please do this. So thank you.
Andy?
And I think that we're getting into minutia of trying to write something on the floor, which is never a good use of time. And which is why I was preferring to get it referred back to a committee. I was not trying to necessarily require all of those things, but in any event, what I think is really what we're trying to get to is we want every owner of a building, whether it be a home or commercial, to have visible from the public way and in additional locations, sufficient signage so that people can easily find the building or residence involved. And it's really varies a lot by property for the various reasons that are brought up today. But I think that's what we're after doing, and I'm not sure that is the way it's written now, that it necessarily achieves that, and it's putting requirements on people to do things that may not serve that purpose.
Alicia?
Thank you, Lynn. Yeah, I think I at first didn't really understand what Andy was asking, but also a couple of things have come to my mind during this conversation. And that is that like it really does differ and is specific to property. And so like while your house and Michelle's house might need those markings, like there are some houses that might not need two markings because it would be very clear from the one by the street in the public way that it was identifying their house because of the proximity to the street or the proximity to the house or what have it, because all properties are so different. And requiring those people to do that may not be like a significant like roadblock. However, I'm wondering about like the time frame in between different penalties, because if it were a financial issue and they don't have the money, or maybe it's a timing issue and they don't have the time to be able to add the markings right away, and they've already gotten a first warning and now there's a fine on top of the already whatever difficulties they're having, like is there a time frame in between when someone can receive the first warning and the second warning? Like, are we giving them more time to get it done if there's a specific reason? Or is there a way to make it so that this is specific to individual houses and not just one that covers all people that might not actually need it?
Is there any comment regarding Alicia's statement? Mandy Jo?
Normally, and I can't totally speak for inspection services or anything, but normally when they issue correction orders, they put timeframes on them.
Right.
And so the first warning, the warning and correction notice would likely come with a time frame to do so. You know, there are reflective stickers that go on mailboxes that can go on houses that cost like 80 cents per number. You know, I think we're making this much more complicated than it actually is in terms of fretting about how much it costs to put a 3-inch reflective sticker on a mailbox or on a house somewhere. They are very sticky. I've tried to get them off my mailbox when they've faded, and they're extremely hard to get off your mailbox. They'll stick on wood on a house. You know, it's not an expensive proposition, and it adds to the safety. And Chief Nelson has said he likes the changes we've made. So I'm going to vote against the amendment too.
The suggested or, yeah, that was a friendly amendment, and it's been taken back. Dorothy, Pam?
I want to remind people that the purpose is safety and the ease of finding the number by first responders. And I think that that is best done by them deciding exactly the size, the color, the reflectivity, and the placement. So they don't have to figure, look, is it on the tree? Is it on this? Is it on that? When you want to get there fast, you want us to do it. And it works in other towns, and I think that's a good way to go. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. The motion's been made and seconded. The motion is the one that is appears on your motion sheet. Alicia, you still have your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to talk really quickly again. Sorry, I'm not even necessarily going to vote against this because I do see the benefits and the safety, but I also think that like when we are talking about finances and other people's finances, it's really important to be cautious because not everyone is in the same position. And something that might be very simple and sustainable for you might not be the same for somebody else. And people are living on very tight budgets that even a $5 expense could throw off all of their monthly budget. And the other important thing is like timing. like I have a super busy schedule. So if something, I have to plan for something that's going to take, like I have to be home or I have to be able to go to a store, or I have to call somebody to schedule something, that I have to actually schedule that in my calendar to be able to do it because I don't have a lot of free time. So I was just trying to be mindful of different situations and different circumstances for other people, and maybe putting in something around like we recommend or suggest giving people like 30 days between the one warning to the next warning, like might be something to protect other vulnerable people.
Okay. Kathy.
Well, what just occurred to me I can do about my next door neighbor and several others who will be furious with this is I'm going to buy those cheap stick-ons that Mandy just talked about, and I'm going to revisit people that I haven't seen for a while and give them. Because one of them has literally said he will do everything he can to move out of Amherst because of all the rules, that every time he turns around, there's another rule. And if I just bring him his sticker, I can not have him be angry once again. So I'm just saying that he has a very clear marking on the street and his house is very visible, but he does not have a number on his house. I'm going to bring him his number, and I have a few others I can bring their numbers to. It will be a good community outreach exercise for me.
Shalini, and then Anika, and then I think we need to bring this to a close.
Okay, so two things I'm hearing is about the timing and like the timing that the time that's given to people to correct the issue, and that needs to be lenient and spacious and understanding. Now, is that a decision we need to make, the town council or the staff, or so that's just for me. I'm not sure what the answer to that is and who's making that decision. Does it need to be made and put into the bylaw itself? And the other thing that I heard that I think is worth figuring out is should we hear from the fire chief or the police or whoever where it should be placed, so everyone puts the signs on at the same place. So those are two things that I would want us to know.
Paul, did you have any comment with regard to timeline?
So typically, as I think Mandy Jo mentioned, when there's an enforcement order, they give them an adequate amount of time to comply with the order. And I think in this situation, they would give them plenty of time. I don't know what the time frame would be, but it could be a couple weeks to comply with the request.
Okay. In my mind, we pass bylaws and the town figures out how to implement them. Okay. And whether that's through education and outreach, and then over time, fines or whatever. But for us to get into that means we've gone into administration, and that's not our job. Anika?
I just wanted to quickly clarify. Well, Kathy, I think that it's great that and very generous that you will buy stickers and give them out. I think that is wonderful. But to Alicia's point, not everyone can do that, whether it is time or cost. So my question, just to clarify through Paul, was the program that you were talking about, are those numbers available for free? Is that a free service?
No, the Salt Council charges $7, and then they come and they put basically a stake in the ground that has your number on it, like a flag, that it's 4 inches tall, I believe it is. And I just want to know that this bylaw, there's already a bylaw requiring people to have numbers on their houses. So this is not a new bylaw. It's just changing where the location is, and that would apply to all property owners, not just homeowners, to comply.
Okay. And it's also conceivable that the town would develop some guidelines, for example, if there are 4 houses on this, then you need to do this, or we recommend you do that. I would like to just bring this to a vote at this point, if everybody's okay. No more questions?
Where was the amendment withdrawn?
Yes, the amendment was withdrawn. Thank you. All right, we're going to begin the vote with, I guess we're up to Reesmer. So I'm voting yes. Mandy Jo,
Aye.
Anika,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
No,
Pam Rooney,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
No,
Andy Steinberg,
No,
Jennifer Taub,
Aye.
Alicia Walker.
I'm going to vote yes, but I also just wanted to say this is a very good example of small things that we can do.
Thank you. Shelley Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
No,
Anna Devlin Goff here.
Aye.
I'm going to ask the clerk for the vote.
I have 9-4.
9 in favor, 4 opposed, no abstentions, and nobody absent. Okay. We did approve the town calendar. I want to thank Mandy Jo for her scrutiny of that calendar. And that's why you ended up with 2 different amendments today. We're going to move on, however, to the correspondence. And we're going to go through each of them. And then we're going to have a motion to pass or authorize me to sign all of them. So we're going to start with the university, the one regarding the chancellor search. And let me just mention, this came about because I believe all of us received an invitation to the search committee. They had a 30-minute period of time where some of them were in present. And, you know, if you showed up, you could talk. Well, Anna and I showed up, as did Molly Keegan. And so I had prepared some statements, but it seemed to me like it was a good idea to put some of those statements in writing so that it could be shared more broadly with the rest of the search committee. And that's my attempt and so forth. I'm certainly open to additional changes. So let's just go through and see if there are some. Mandy Jo?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions and then some things I didn't like about it. The first one was, it was very confusing to figure out who this is actually from and on behalf of. The from line says you and Anna. The second paragraph implies that it's you in your personal capacity, Lynn. There is never a signature that says it's on behalf of the council, but there's a lot of we, and if it wasn't on behalf of the council, we wouldn't be voting on this letter. So I think that needs completely clarified throughout. And that was one of the reasons I was pulling it off, was I just, it wasn't clear.
Yeah.
So that was the first major comment. The second one is about the new addition at the very end of the first page. I think we have to be very careful as to the way we refer to rentals that are, or dwelling units that are rented to students. The phrase student rental has a negative connotation. I would change that to rentals to students, which is a little less negative. But the whole added sentence, the steady growth of UMass's student population feeds that demand. So increasingly more neighborhood find themselves serving as proving grounds for young renters transitioning into adulthood, a position few neighbors relish. That does not sit well with me at all. It almost seems derogatory to the adulthood level of young college students or young people in general, even if they're not in college. And so I don't want to see that sentence in this letter at all. The third full paragraph on page 2 has that weird sentence, we are its home and our home. That's just a weird sentence. I don't even know what you're going with. But then there's the many faculty and staff live in our town, yet earlier you said that many can't live in our town because it's too expensive. A little contradictory there. Utilization of roads, sidewalks, bike lanes, first responders is not limited to those who live in our town. All of the employees and students and graduate students and everyone who works or attends school at these campuses use our roads, sidewalks, and bike lanes. So it's not just those that are living in town. Same with the public safety issues. And then I thought we could be a little more stronger on our need for a chancellor to be a true community partner. So I have some language to add to the ask for questions to cover the following things. And I can read my language. I'm not stuck on my language, but I thought what I felt we've been missing is that true community partnership between the chancellor and our town. So what I came up with briefly was the need for the chancellor to be a true community partner with the town to address as a partnership the challenges faced by the town as a result of the university's presence in town and the decisions it makes with respect to schedules, student enrollment, building construction, parking, and student housing.
So I would like to suggest, based on the extent of those suggestions, that we not act on this tonight, that I collect individually, but not replying all, various changes, and I bring it back on the 17th. And the reason I'm suggesting that is because there is not the urgency on this one that there is on others, okay? And the only thing I would like to ask, and that is, I'm more than glad to have this be from the council and on behalf of the council, unless you tell me you don't want that.
I just wanted it clarified.
No, I meant it to be on behalf of the council. So unless there's further comments about this, I'm going to send something out to counselors. I'm going to take suggestions and come back on the 17th with a revision. How's that? Pam, Rooney?
For your consideration of that material, the recognition of inadequate, and you would put it much more positively, inadequate pilot payment or other alternative compensation to the town would be of interest. I totally agree with the seeking a candidate who has proven exemplary in sustaining and supporting the host communities or working in collaboration with. I think that the quote about the transitioning to adulthood came directly from the chancellor's community breakfast talk.
Right. It may not be the way to use them there, however, here. Michelle?
I have a general comment about the process here. So while I appreciate that you wrote this letter, Lynn, on behalf of the council, I think was the intent. I think we were individually invited to come to listening sessions, and whether we did or didn't, we may have particular vision or recommendations that we would like to provide individually to the committee. And I think that in particular, this is a really political matter in some sense that we all have different viewpoints on, and it's very difficult to create one letter that would capture all of that and have all of us feeling like it accurately represented our voice. I don't feel like this letter, it gets to some pieces of how I might express myself, but it doesn't accurately represent my voice in this matter completely. So my question is, if we are to have a letter sent on behalf of the council, first of all, even if you take all of our input, it's going to be really difficult, I would imagine, to put it into one letter. But I'm wondering if we are not prohibited from writing our own letter from our own personal self, right, to the committee.
You are never prohibited from writing your own letter.
Okay. And in that case, would we write it as a resident? Would we write it as a town councilor or both? And is there just any sort of guidance? It doesn't matter.
I think you should identify who you are.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
That's, a resident and a District 1 town councilor.
Got it. Okay. I haven't even like thought far enough to think if I would write a letter. I just want to kind of put that out there that this is a tough one, I think, to get this council all in one letter. And so I wouldn't want any one of us to feel like it didn't accurately represent our voice or our concern in this matter.
Thank you. Athena, you wanted to chime in.
Sure. I just wanted to point out that counselors could write their individual letters and indicate that they're counselors and residents, but not that their viewpoints in the letter reflect that of the whole council. They couldn't
Right.
write a letter on behalf of the council.
Yes, so only the chair can write a letter on behalf of the council, and even that comes with some approval process by the council.
That's
what
correct.
I'm getting. Okay.
And the
Perfect.
only time that I have ever not come back is if we've already voted and all of a sudden a hearing gets scheduled on an issue, then I will go ahead because we have voted. Okay. In this case, we didn't vote. So is there any other questions or comments on that one? Okay. Then we're going to go on to the next one, which is you're gonna have to pull it up on the screen. I guess I didn't copy the right. Oh, no, I did. This is the one that would go to various members of the Senate and the House in Massachusetts. It is in support of adding funds, ARPA or otherwise, to the Mass Board of Library Commissioners coffers so that they in turn could give us and 11 other towns money to make up the difference that we're all experiencing because of inflation. This was also a letter that several people that you all got an email encouraging individual letters. And so this is you, and some of you have already sent those individual letters. I know of one counselor that has. I did not receive copies from other counselors, and if you did, that's great. But this would be on behalf of the council. So Pat.
Yes, I had a resident who requested that I vote against sending this, because they were concerned it might have an impact on money coming forward, ARPA money coming forward for the school building project. Do you have any idea whether that those two things are connected?
They're not connected per se, but there is a growing effort to try to get Mass School Building Authority, which derives its money elsewhere. It derives it from a sales tax, to increase their levels of funding. That they also could be looking for money from ARPA, but it's the way that Mass School Building Authority is funded for the project that we are seeking is the sales tax. Is that correct, Pal? Yes. So they're different pots of money per se.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there other questions or comments? Alicia, you specifically asked that this be taken off consent.
Yes. So the reason why I wanted it to be taken off consent is because I just myself don't agree with it. And so I don't think that anything should be sent on behalf of all people who don't all agree. I think even one person should be not on behalf. And if everyone feels very strongly about it, then everyone can write their own letters. I also specifically don't agree with the mentioning and the specification of the ARPA funding, because I personally believe the ARPA funding
Alicia, maybe other people are not having problems, but your voice is not as clear tonight as it has been other nights. And so I'm hoping I understood that, but I'm not sure I did. Are you using earphones or something?
Yeah, that is exactly. I've been also having like connectivity issues. And so I was hoping that this would help. Can you really not hear me, or do you want me to say it again, or do you want me to try to troubleshoot a different way?
Yes, if you would, please. I'm sorry, I just can't understand.
Sorry, do you want me
Alicia?
to repeat? Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you not hear me, or do you want me to like try to do it without my headphones?
So it's like a muffled connection, but Alicia, can I try to summarize what you just said and see if that is correct?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
What I heard was that you don't agree with the letter and therefore you thought it was inappropriate for the council to send a letter on behalf, or the president to send a letter on behalf of the council if even one counselor disagrees with it. And if it's not a unanimous vote, then it should only be on behalf of the counselors who voted for it. That was the gist of basically what I got. And then I think there was something in there about reasoning why you didn't agree with it, that you thought there was ARPA funds for, that should be used for other reasons, and maybe not this one, but that one was where it, to me, got muffled even more.
Alicia, does that capture what you were saying?
Yeah, I apologize, but yes, the beginning is spot on, and the second part about ARPA funds is also spot on. Just that I just don't agree with that specification of funds.
Okay. I'm sorry. I think we have it. Other people had their hand up. Jennifer.
Yeah, so I just had a clarification, getting back to Pat's question, because I had a constituent express the same concern. So for the school, so their source of funding is not ARPA funding, but the town might still go and request ARPA funding for the school. Just like, is that because the library's getting funding from the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, and we're also going for ARPA funding?
The funding for the schools, for the school construction project, comes from sales tax. Okay. That does not prevent Mass School Building Authority from seeking additional funding. However, at this point, we are not aware that they are actually seeking additional funding.
Okay, so I guess my question is, so the town would never be writing a letter like this for the school? I guess that's my
If the
question.
town wrote a letter, it would probably be in conjunction like this with other municipalities that are seeking money for schools, and it would probably be to the Mass School Building Authority, asking them based on inflation to consider some changes in their formula appropriation of their existing funds. That does not mean that Mass School Building Authority wouldn't ask for ARPA funds, but that's not where their funds come from.
Thank you.
And the town, it wouldn't even be worth the town asking the state individually for ARPA money. It would only be if there was a collective effort.
Okay, thank you.
Andy.
Yeah, I guess I have two things that I need to say in response. One is that the council takes all sorts of actions on behalf of the town. That's what we were elected to do. We just passed a bylaw where there was a split vote, but we passed it, and we were making a collective judgment. And when we state an opinion about a matter that affects the town. Again, it's something we vote on, but collectively, that's what we're elected to do. So as a matter of principle, felt that I needed to start with making that point. As you know, I'm on the MMA Financial Policy Committee. We've talked about this a lot at the Financial Policy Committee. I think that what we all have to recognize is that we were led to believe by the Mass Board of Library Commissioners that we'd receive a sum of money that was a percentage of the construction project. And as that chart showed, the construction costs increased significantly. The MBLC did not increase its share and put the entire burden of paying the difference on the library and the town. And it has been what has caused all of this recent agony that we have been dealing with. And I think that it's important that we do something to say that we really support the any effort that's possible to get the Mass Board of Library Commissioners money that they are directed to use to take its share of the cost increase and not leave it to the towns. And I think that that's an important statement also to be made for the schools, which is a subject that we've discussed also at the Financial Policy Committee. But it's a different funding source. It's a different issue. It's a different set of problems. The MBLC has additional money. It's a question of how it chooses to use it, as opposed to the Board of Library Commissioners, which gets an appropriation that's a flat amount of money. And it has no, it can only go back to the legislature. So they are different funding mechanisms that get to those two entities. But I think that it is quite possible, and if it happens, we should support an effort also for the schools. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I feel very uncomfortable making that choice. I think that they're both important projects, both important funding sources. And even if we didn't have any stake in the game, I would still feel the same way. I don't think that I would want to choose one over the other.
Dorothy?
Well, my question here is, you have ARPA funds or any other available state funds. And I guess I'd prefer to have it other available state funds because, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm kind of feeling like Alyssa that ARPA funds are perhaps more suited towards the school. Many people do see these projects in conflict with each other, but Andy just said that the MBLA does have other money. And the library, I just feel that we don't want to pit things against each other. I do agree we should join with the other towns and ask for more money from the Board of Libraries. I totally agree with that. But I'm wondering whether we want to say ARPA funds in that sentence. That's my statement. It's really my question too.
Some of this goes to the background of the joint efforts of the 12 towns, okay? There is presently a supplemental budget, which is considered, it's quote, considered the closeout supplemental budget. That is presently under debate. There is the outside possibility that there will be another supplemental budget before the end of December. And then the third option, and in supplemental budgets, generally, we're talking about using state revenues, not ARPA revenues per se. On the other hand, there's also a the economic development bill and the whole proposal that was between the governor and the legislature that dealt with ARPA money that included ARPA money. So the reason the letter, and I actually added the words or any other available state funds, because the original letter said only ARPA. The reason I thought it was important to do that is because at a minimum, you're trying to hit 2, if not 3, funding opportunities between now and the end of December. Michelle?
I wanted to clarify 2 things. The first, Andy, when he started talking about the council, I think, being elected to represent the town or to send something on behalf of the town. I'm not sure if that was in response to what Alicia said, but what I heard Alicia say was not whether or not the council is representing the town, but whether the president is representing the council. So I just wanted to clarify. I don't know which is which, but that's how I heard 2 different things. And then the other thing is, so did the Treasury earmark these ARPA funds specifically for library construction projects? Because the way that I'm reading this is an additional 87.7 million of ARPA money earmarked. Are you asking that they do earmark the pool of ARPA funds for library construction, or is there already a pot of money that has been earmarked for library construction that you're then asking for additional monies to be made for that?
To the best of my knowledge, there is no present ARPA money earmarked for libraries. This is a request to earmark ARPA or other funds for additional library. Does that answer your question?
I think it does. I'm not sure it's clear, but in the letter necessarily that that's what is being said, but yeah. I don't, that's just, I wouldn't have read it that way. Like I would have read this saying that you're asking for an additional 87.7 million of ARPA money earmarked for library construction projects, like that there was already an earmark. But just for transparency, what we're saying is we're asking for an additional 87.7 million of the ARPA money that's already been, like which category of the Treasury does this fall into? The Treasury had categories for how the ARPA funds were supposed to be used. Which particular category does the library construction projects fall into?
Let me suggest an edit and see whether this helps, okay?
Yeah.
So that in the third, actually what's 4th paragraph, the 12 libraries have collectively sent an appeal to the governor and lieutenant governor to include an additional 87.7 million of ARPA money, asking that it be earmarked for construction.
Yeah, or to be earmarked, something like that. That clarifies it for me much better, definitely.
Okay. All right. I agree with that. Are there any other changes? And going back to Alicia's comment, I certainly appreciate various counselors and their vote, but in the past, our vote of majority vote for proclamations, of a majority vote for resolutions, and a majority vote for letters means that it is in fact on behalf of the council. If you want to change that, it would mean a rule change. Alicia?
Hi, thank you. I hope you guys can hear me. I just wanted to state, just because a few people said my name wrong, that my name is Alicia. So I hope that we can correct that. Also that, so I was making the statement not for a rule change, but in this reason, because I was trying to clarify why I asked for it to be taken off the consent agenda is because I don't agree. And so like, I understand, and I thank Michelle for the clarification, because that was spot on in terms of what I was trying to say. And like, I understand these things come on behalf of the council and that we are advocating for the town, but I am also advocating like individually myself. And if I don't agree and this doesn't follow my viewpoint, that is why I'm taking it off the consent agenda, because I don't agree. And I don't think that anything should be sent on behalf of the council when everyone doesn't agree. It's different when we're voting for something that has to be passed than writing a letter for recommending certain funds be appointed for certain things that I don't agree that those funds should go to those things anyhow. And so it's just, I feel like a very different thing. And I understand that this is a process, but this is my reasoning for this specific ask to take off the consent agenda.
Thank you. So are there any other questions on this letter? There's been one change, and that is in that fourth paragraph where it says 87.7 million of ARPA money to be earmarked for library construction projects. Kathy?
I just have a question, Lynn, on focusing on that sentence. We have already, I understand this, that we have already asked for this. This letter is now to Joe and Mindy. Is that who it's to for ours?
It's actually, there's a whole list of people attached to the letter, and it goes to the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, the head of Ways and Means in both the House and the Senate.
Okay.
And then it goes to members who are either ranking members
Okay.
or head of the Library Caucus, and then Joe and Mindy.
Okay, you answered my question. So they're already out there working for us on this, our representatives.
They absolutely are.
And the governor and lieutenant governor are aware of this. And so this letter is going to a broader audience. And I assume the 87.7, which is a very specific number, was calculated to, was that calculated to get back up to the percent we thought we were going to get? Where did that number come from?
It was calculated by being in touch with each of the library projects, taking what they were given by Mass School Building or what the total project cost was when they either got their grant or would be slated to get their grant. Then an estimate, or in some cases, real numbers could now tell us what that project now cost. And the 87.7 million is the full amount, not just to bring to the percentage.
So it's the full amount. So in the case of Amherst, we're asking for all 10 million. If we say it's 10 million more expensive, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It was, the idea is you ask for as much as you can, and then you see what you can get.
And do you expect that anyone that you're writing this to will understand that's how you came up with 87.7?
I leave explaining that to the
Okay.
senator and representative who
Okay.
have requests in to meet with the House Ways and Means and Senate Ways and Means.
Thank you.
I'll be more than glad to accompany them if they need it, but they're more than capable of doing that. Anika?
So I have a question, asked for clarity. I'm not sure that this would be able to be answered here, but I know clearly there are, we have residents that have concerns with use of the ARPA funds and what that entails. However, when you look at the list of who this letter is going to, these are people where their outreach and purview is beyond the town of Amherst. So my question is, and even so, they would not be the people personally writing the check if this were to happen. So my question is where this money would potentially come from. Is there any question whatsoever that those sources would not as well, seeing as people are looking at the state, would not be aware of the impacts that this could have on the school or any other important projects that affect people? And so I'm just wondering, because I know just what has been stated is that this money potentially take from other important projects. So and I'm just wondering like how, especially with this list going on, that we would have money being that just overall outreach and overall outlook in answering these questions would not account for what other projects statewide would be affected by this. Because unless I'm wrong and I've missed the memo, do we have any clear facts yet as to how any of the 4 capital projects within Amherst could trickle down and impact the others? Do we even have that yet? I hope that was clear. I know I probably asked about 4 questions in one.
Let me try to back in. The only place that the town would be getting state dollars for any of our capital projects at this time are the school, elementary school, and the library. There are no state funds, a pot of funds available at this point for any other municipal buildings. So they won't be competing with the 2 other projects, 2 of the 4, okay? Your question about would it be competing with other requests to ARPA? Yes. And that's why this goes to the legislature, and that's why they spend hours and days and weeks debating this. This is a pile of requests and they get to figure it out. Shalini?
I'm just speaking, I suppose, like in my mind, I was a little conflicted whether the letter comes from the council or do we send individually, and I feel that as a council, there are going to be, differences in our points of view about certain issues. And once we come to a decision as a majority, and I think it's important to hear all the different concerns, and I think this has been a very helpful discussion to at least get some sense that we are not, it's not competing necessarily. The school funds are separate and the library, and there are 11 other municipalities who are already going ahead and asking for those. And it's kind of, to me, it feels that we are part of a larger community of municipalities who are working together to make this happen and to have some portion of the ARPA funds go towards the libraries. I feel that as a council, we have, even though there were differences, we supported the library to the next phase that we made. And so I feel that the letter should come from the council. If it passes as a majority vote right now, it should come from the council because we are supporting the project up to a certain level that we just did. Then our vote on this letter ensures that we are doing everything that we can as a town to try and get funding to make that project happen. And that takes into account that we will have different points of view, and that's okay. So that's why I will be supporting the letter.
Thank you, Pam.
Question about, if this request comes in from Amherst, clearly we're in collaboration with a number of other towns, but if it comes in from Amherst, time frame that we would conceivably be going back to the legislature asking for supplemental ARPA funds for the school, what is the timing of that request if it were to happen?
That's a very good question with an answer that's not known. There is a request to meet with Senator Comerford and Representative Dom regarding additional MSBA appropriation, but it's not even clear that it's to go for ARPA. So in other words, we're paying attention to that issue as well, but that request may be more of trying to get MSBA to use some of their existing funds to help increase the formula for what they support for square footage, the fact that they do not support, but yet they herald green schools. And they only reimburse up to $8 a square foot, I think it is, for site prep. So there's kind of three basic things not right about the formula for schools, but again, their money comes from a sales tax. And if there's any additional money that they want from ARPA, that decision hasn't been made.
Can I follow up?
Please.
So presumably they have a set budget like everybody else in the state government. So they have a certain amount of money coming to them for MSBA and the ability to borrow. They're very rigid. They've proven themselves extremely rigid. I'm not excited about waiting on them for, change of heart, if you will. So I'm still really toying with, or playing with what the chances are of MSBA revising and increasing its funding. To me, it seems fairly uncertain.
They actually have increased their square footage reimbursement about every year or two. So I'm not as negatively inclined to believe they won't do it again. If you look at that chart that has all the dots all over it, that's on reimbursement, they have changed. But that doesn't mean that ARPA is going to solve it for them, because the fact that they already have their own source of money probably doesn't put them high in the pecking order for additional state appropriation. And I don't know what their revenue looks like. I'm told it's significant. So I don't. Kathy?
I guess I think the only answer on this, what could ARPA mean for the school, is we don't know, because and so are we competing? The state only gets X amount of ARPA funds. I don't know how much they've already designated. I don't even know what the pot looks like. The MBLEC, yes, it has increased. So it went from $330 to $360 at a point. All the schools were coming in at 500 and 600. So it doesn't come anywhere close per square foot. It hasn't come anywhere close. And it's one time had a gap of 3 years. So would MBLC be more willing to move quickly if they got an infusion of ARPA funds? I think I would say maybe. So I think we just don't know, because Lynn, you're expanding it to any other state funds is a good one, because ARPA is a fixed amount of money, whatever it is. And if there's other money, I don't think there's a clear answer to this, that we're not competing, because we're competing with housing. For example, ARPA money can be used for affordable housing, and they could give the town of Amherst more ARPA money, except that I think we've already got our designation, and they divvied it up among the towns. So I don't think there's a clear answer here that we're not competing.
No,
I think it's uncertain. Yeah. And one could argue we are, because it's a fixed pot. So it's good that it says other state funds.
I mean, in many ways, one should say then we should submit letters for the 10 projects we would like ARPA to fund, and let the legislature decide, because frankly, whether we write a letter or not isn't going to influence them saying yes or no. It's basically putting our stake in the ground that this is one of the things we support. That's it. But if you have a crystal ball, maybe you want to predict what the legislature.
No, I have no crystal ball. I'm just saying that that's the question being raised, and we don't have an answer that says these are different issues. They're commingled. Yeah.
That's why you want to make people understand what you want.
Yep.
And then they get to decide. You don't always get to decide. Jennifer.
hope this is a quick question. I hope it's a quick question. So if we are successful and get some ARPA funds sounds like it would come. This may not matter whether it comes directly to Amherst, they give it to the 12, how it gets divvied up. But let's say there was a change in how the library project proceeded. Are the funds for the library, no matter how we go? If we, ultimately do, maybe can't add the total square footage, but some lesser amount. I mean, once we get that money, is it tied in the same way that like the MBLC money? I don't know if you can answer that.
Are you talking about school or?
I'm sorry, library.
Library. Okay, this request is for the library. The library has an agreed upon plan that was based on specifications from the MBLC. Okay. That is the basis upon which they gave us a grant.
But
we can't change the square footage
Right, but
on
this
that.
request, let's say we get ARPA funding, funding here, it's totally separate from MBLC, correct?
No, this request the money would go to MBLC and they would then allocate it out.
Oh, okay, actually,
This
okay.
is not a request that says write the check to Amherst. It's a request that says write the check to MBLC. And there has been a very significant meeting of legislators from all 12 of the towns with the MBLC to make sure that they're in agreement to receiving this. Because one of the other things that happens with these kinds of funding initiatives is you want to make sure you don't offend and do something that the agency that has to administer it is not willing to do. And the sense that MBLC has given the legislators from the 12 towns is that they're very willing to go along with this if the state wants to give them more money. But it would all come through MBLC, not directly to the town.
Thank you.
Anna,
I'd like to make a motion.
yes?
I move to authorize the town council president to submit the letter to legislators regarding MBLC funding for the Jones Library.
Second.
Is there any further discussion or question? Michelle?
Just a quick question. Is there any sense that, so this is a coalition of 12 municipalities coming forward that are all in the same boat, so to speak. Do we know if there's a similar situation with the schools that are receiving the grant through the school grant program? So it's possible, we can assume that there is a possibility that this could occur similarly.
Yes.
Okay,
In fact,
perfect.
I hope it will.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion's been made. It's been seconded. Is there any further discussion or comment? Thank you. Then we're going to move to a vote, and this is a vote just on the letter to legislators regarding MBLC. We're going to start with Mandy Johanneke,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
I abstain.
Kathy Shane,
I abstain.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Aye.
Alicia Walker,
No.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. So it is 10 in favor, 1 opposed, 2 abstentions, and no absence, correct? Thank you. We're going to move on to the letter to the CSSJC. And in your letter, in your packet is the letter from them. And then they also appeared before us back in August. And the letter that you have in front of you is draft. And so, couple different people, I think, wanted this pulled. Are there suggestions for changes?
Dorothy, do you want to go first?
All right, I did not like the language relevant to the police report. It just sounded like a rehash of all the reasons that police departments don't give reports and don't respond to the public. And I do feel that the CSSJC is correct, that a lot of time has gone by. And, it's like, it's stonewalling. Why can't there be a report? So that paragraph, I don't like.
So you're referring to page 2 at the bottom of the page, where we start, while we support the release of investigative reports, we are aware that there are various rights and responsibilities the town is required to honor, including personnel rules, collective bargaining agreements, and personal privacy information.
That is correct. I mean, those reasons may all be valid, but still, is there any kind of response? Is there responsibility to the people in the town? And that just tells you why you can't get an answer. And I think that the committee has very clearly stated that they have waited a long time and they wanted to have a report. And this is just the language that says we're not going to do it. So that doesn't make it go away. That doesn't make the people who really feel they would like to have a report not want one. It makes it worse. So I'm interested in peace in the town. I mean, I would just really state that very strongly. I'm very interested in peace in the town. And I think that some kind of police response to the request would help create that.
Is there a way in which you would like to modify the letter?
I would like
understand
to
your
say that
request.
that you're hoping that such a report comes soon. Why do they alone not have to give a report? I mean, the other things are also the timelines are just so stretched out. It's going to take 2 years for the police oversight board. That's a long time. And here it sounds like it's never for the police report. So I'm feeling that there was a lot of frustration amongst the committee members because they felt that they had been respectful and they had asked for things that were reasonable, and yet they felt they were being stonewalled. And so I am passing that on to you.
Dorothy, what?
Yes,
So you would like us to request that a report be released. A report was released.
from the police department.
It was a report.
The
from
DEI officer gave a report.
DEI, right.
Yeah. She gave a report, which we said at that meeting. I mean, I certainly originally praised that report. Then after listening to the response from the citizens of the town, I agreed with them that it was a good start, but that it was incomplete. And I thought that we were going to get a more thorough report and that there'd be some report from the police department. And that hasn't happened. And there seems to be no plan to have such a thing happen. So I'm just saying that if you want people to feel positive about the town and positive about the changes that we're trying to do, there has to be more response than that.
Okay, I'm trying to come up with a sentence. Mandy Jo, did you have your hand up on this one particularly?
Well, I just wanted to respond and say, I think the way we've worded it, or the way Lynn worded it in this draft, is perfectly acceptable. You can desire all you want about all sorts of things in this town, but it doesn't mean it's legally possible. And You can't always get the release of an investigative report just because you want it. There are legal requirements which are set forth in here that might be the reasons why an investigative report cannot be released. There's personnel requirements, there's privacy reasons, and the privacy might go to also the people who were involved, not necessarily the workers, the staff members who were involved. The DEI director gave a fantastic report in my mind about whether there was a violation of civil rights. In my mind, there isn't a need for another report, because she answered the questions that were out there. Was there a violation of civil rights? She answered those questions in a thorough report. She talked about them. We're not necessarily entitled to things we want just because we want them. And that's what this letter says. And it may not be a satisfactory answer, but it is an answer. And I'm not sure we can go much farther than that.
Jennifer.
So then,
By the way, I would like to stick to this issue before we go on to any others, okay? Jennifer?
so then are we saying that there won't be a report because we already got one? I mean, what Dorothy is, I agree with Dorothy that there should be a report or some information coming from, what Counselor Handicke just said is we got the report. So then that does contradict what's in here saying a report will be coming, which I agree is too vague, but one or the other. I mean, I don't think anybody believed that that we have already gotten a report.
What would you call what we got?
Well, I mean, it says here, the town manager has agreed that to the extent possible, or the town will make information available as requested. So sounds like there's.
Can I
Counselor
just want to make
Pam was saying she
sure.
was requesting it. It just seems very open-ended about when it will come.
So the CSSJC in their letter specifically said, in addition, the CSSJC would like to recommend the following. Once an investigation occurs, we want the report immediately released to the public. So I wrote a sentence that was not specific to this report, but to all reports, all investigative reports. And couched it in the issues that we have to all respect. And then the town manager has agreed that to the extent possible, given the issues that are stated there, the town will make information available as requested. So I'm trying to answer the question that they asked. And it was not, they wrote this letter before the report was released.
I mean, I agree with Counselor Pam that we want to reach a place, of peace and consensus, but I think what she's saying is that because of privacy, it also is not conducive to a certain accountability. And if there's a way, and I think there's a feeling that there hasn't been a full reckoning of the situation that occurred on that night.
I'm waiting for edits. Michelle?
I appreciate that you're waiting for edits, Lynn. I also think that it's not that cut and dry for us to just provide edits in the moment here. I think it's a bigger discussion. So I'd like to share my perception in terms of the reports. I see two different reports. I see a report from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director. And I want to say that Pamela came into this, really, she just started in her role and came into this. And I'm not privy to what led to the direction that she took in terms of making a determination in her report. But I want to share that from my perspective, what that report would have done from a DEI director is to give an analysis of how the situation was experienced by the people involved and how those experiences impact diversity, equity, and inclusion in the town of Amherst. So while I appreciated what Pamela put together, and again, I'm not privy to what gave her that direction in terms of making a determination and making the report really focused on a determination, in the future, if a situation were to occur in this, and I hope that it doesn't, but if it does, and I think I said this from the very beginning, what I would have liked to see in that report is really an analysis of the experience, the perception, the way that this impacts our goals in terms of diversity and equity and inclusion, because I think that there's a lot that wasn't expressed with respect to how this situation has impacted us as a community. And then a separate report coming from the police department that gives more of an investigative idea about what occurred. And while I hear what Mandy and others are saying about the limitations there might be, I would like to know more clearly from either Paul or Chief Livingstone or whomever, really not just to say there are limitations because of privacy, but to really understand what type of investigative report can the police department release to the community within the limitations that are being set out. And then I also just want to say that I really would have I really wish that the police department and Chief Livingstone would have spoken to this or made a statement much sooner. I know that we talked about it in a council meeting, maybe 6 weeks after the incident occurred, and Chief Livingstone did speak there, and I appreciate that, but that piece, I think, sort of set the tone for all of the rest of the way that this has moved. Those are my comments. Thank you. I'm sorry they're not edits, Lynn, but I hope that you will incorporate what I have said and what others are saying somehow into this.
Alicia.
So I think just staying on this specific topic, that Michelle stated very well a lot of what I was going to say. So I won't say it all over again, but just in addition, that I think during the conversation that we had that included Pamela Young and the police chief, and where we were all present in the CFSJC, that there was a specific request set forward by them to be able to sort of continue to work on the report with the DEI director, as they thought that that would be part of their role as a committee. And I think that we talked about that possibility, but never came to an actual resolution like, yes, that is possible, or no, that is not possible. And I think that we should also address that, because I think that I also agree that I feel like we're kind of like leaving them hanging and not giving them enough information. And it feels like really incomplete putting this forward. And I have other specific things, but this was the only one for this specific topic. So if that's okay, Lynn, I will talk again later about the other things if that's what you wanted.
Okay, Alicia, I'm going to do my best to recap and tell me if I missed something, please, please, please. So you were saying that you were echoing what Michelle was saying, and that you also added there's the other element that the CSSJC wanted to work on the report with Pamela, and you didn't want to ignore that request as part of this discussion. And then shoot, there was something at the end too. Anybody what was that? That's
yes,
what I
thank
got.
You. And
of course, sorry.
No, yes, that was everything. And just that I had other comments about other sections, and I wasn't sure if Lynn wanted me to wait for those things.
Alicia also has other comments that she'd like to share, but she will respect if you want her to do them now or wait.
if they're about this particular paragraph and the reporting, that's what we're going to stick with now. And then we'll come back to other comments, Leisha. There'll be plenty of opportunity.
Okay, so then that is it for now, just that I wanted to honor and acknowledge the request of the CSSJC to be working on this alongside the DEI director, as they expected that would be their role as a committee, and to see if we can also add that to this discussion, because I personally think we should allow them to do that, but I think there was no actual conclusion to that suggestion.
Anna?
You wanted to acknowledge that CSSJC had believed that part of their role would be to write and work on the report with Pamela, and Alicia believes that they should be doing that and wants us to have the discussion as to how to make that happen. I think, and Alicia, correct me if I missed something.
Yeah, also I'm going to try and see if I can make myself clear.
All right, Pat.
Yeah, this might not completely be about an edit. I have a question for Paul. In the letter, Lynn, you state, and I felt comfortable with, but the town manager has agreed to the extent possible, the town will make information available as requested. And it was a while ago when the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee sent this letter. So I'm wondering why we don't have answers, and I'm asking Paul this in essence, I think, why we don't have answers to their questions. Has outreach occurred to the youth and their families by the town? Has the chief of police filed a report or issued a statement regarding the abuse of power demonstrated by his officers? And were the officers removed from active duty or suspended? Those are questions that, and we haven't gotten that information. So to the extent possible, I'd like to hear some of the answers to that.
Mr. Bachman.
Yeah, so outreach was done to the families. I won't speak on any kind of actions that were taken with employees. That's not considered public information.
Okay.
I believe, and I will talk with the chief if I think is his intention, I believe, to put something in writing to the Human Rights Commission because they've written to him directly. And I think that is his intention.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Okay. Pam?
Yep. Thanks. I do appreciate the effort in putting this letter together. I think I'm not comfortable enough with it to put my name to it for all of the reasons that people have brought up earlier. My understanding was that, well, first of all, that the Police Oversight Advisory Board was something that, but
I'd like to stick to this issue if we're done on reports.
well, okay, so
Is there
if
any
we're-
other comment on reports?
Okay, if we're talking specifically about the reports, it was my understanding that I think it was stated in the meeting with Chief Livingstone that the very clear, what I would call a findings report by the new DEI director was very helpful, very clear, but that in fact there was going to be additional information forthcoming from the police chief. And that I don't think any of us have seen. I would agree that in some part of this document that we would acknowledge that we want to understand how the town has learned from this experience and what what steps we would want to be seeing. And that's a poor way of wording it, but, you know, let's say to the committee, we acknowledge that we've been slow in pushing through the legal and administrative hurdles to provide you with real information and real feedback. And we have not adequately included your feedback and your input in the solution. So in essence, rather than giving the reasons that we can't provide all the information, we should be acknowledging that we kind of haven't,
Acknowledge that
that we sort of haven't provided much, we haven't made much progress, and acknowledge that.
okay. I when people say we haven't made much progress, it leaves me with questioning, being more specific. Meaning we haven't, I mean, but let me just take that back. I'm trying to do something that I don't think we can do.
So let me just rephrase that, that we acknowledge that we need to be pushing through the legal and administrative hurdles to, and work with the committee to incorporate their input and their experience, the experience of the community in a more complete report.
Dorothy.
I appreciated Pam Rooney's suggestions. I just want to make a very simple point that we should not be hung up on all the formal and legal reasons why we can't do something. And remember that we are town councilors. We represent the people of the town. And we're seemingly getting caught up in protecting town workers, but ignoring the children. And my responsibility will always be to the children first. And it's been 3 or 4 months. And it was a very traumatic event. And we're just, talking about things and not doing actions. And I think it's time to really move forward. And I think we have to acknowledge that we have not done some of the things we should have done.
Shalini.
So when I think of what happened here, and I think of compassion as at the heart of this work that we're doing, that CSSJC is doing, and to me, compassion means understanding the causes and conditions that led to the event to take place. And so in the 53-second video, it does not capture for me the context within which those statements were made. And without knowing the context or what led up to, or what were the causes and conditions that led the police to make that statement, was it stated in a certain context? And if not, what led to those statements being made? Without knowing what led to that event, we can't solve for it. And just as an example, if the context was if the statement was made in a certain context explaining, that's a different situation. But if it was made out of the police people being overworked, or it was too late in the night, or they were in their third duty, or like, I don't know what led up to that. To me is the compassion piece that allows us to then, not us, but the police and the staff, to kind of provide the kind of support that's needed to deal with that, whether it's training, whether it's we need more staff, and so to me, we don't have enough information to really solve for what's happened. That's one thing. And I understand that, we're working within the system that has been created in the past, and we're bound by it legally. And there's the trust of people involved. It's a delicate issue, and there is youth involved, and what was the impact on them? So my question was more around the youth also, that there was outreach done, and can we, it just feels like that there's not enough information for us in council to support the youth in a way that supports them without knowing what harm was done. And so do we have a sense from the outreach done to them, what was the harm done, what is being provided to them as support? And then from the police side, what was the context, what are the cause and conditions? And so it just feels like we're sort of in the middle, in a vacuum, not knowing, and we're trying to, and in the least, I'm hoping that we can create a safe, trusting space to have a conversation with CSSJC, with the police, with the different people involved here. So those are my questions.
Andy?
Well, Shalini's really said a lot of what I wanted to say, and so I'm not going to repeat it, but I just want to add that, yes, we do need to be sensitive to the residents in our community and all residents in our community, to make sure that they feel heard, that they feel respected, that they feel supported. But that's also true of our employees, because if we fail to support our employees and make them feel that they have been treated fairly, heard, and respected, we're not going to have any employees anymore. And we need to make sure that we're looking at the entire community and setting a sense of values for the entire community, and recognize that our employees are a part of that community. And so what Shalini was describing, I think, was what I was thinking too, is that what we espouse is a sense of values, and that we should make sure that we're clear about our values, and that we make sure that our values are equally put across the entire community, and that we recognize that all employees are there too. And I sort of keep thinking about this because someday somebody's going to be unhappy about what our CREST responders do. And how do we want our CREST responders to handle that situation, respond to the community, support the community, but also feel that they're respected too? And so I think that we really need a broad look at this, and I hope we get there.
Jennifer?
And I guess to respond to Shalini, or in response to Shalini, I guess that's for all the questions she raised, is why I think we're looking for, a fuller report, because it was what happened did go before, there was something before and after the 53-second video. So again, that's just why we're asking, for a full report, and if CSSJC working with the DEI director and the police department could come up with that, could create that report, would be really helpful for everyone in town.
Alicia?
Okay, I hope you can hear me a little bit better now. So I hoping, because I have a lot of challenges with this letter and a lot of things I would want to change, but most of them all like follow back to the action or inaction of the council and not necessarily like the content of the letter, but rather that of how the content of the letter relates to like the reality of what has happened and what is going to happen. And so like, while I don't agree with the contents of the letter and I hope we can change it, it also is because I hope that we can change what our actions are in response to this letter, and that in turn will change what we have to write in the letter. And so this conversation is kind of strange because I know like the whole vote is whether or not we agree with the letter. And I don't agree with the letter because I don't agree with how we as a council have responded to the situation. And so what I'm hoping will come out of this conversation is not just like, yes, we agree with this letter and no, we don't agree with this letter, but like, what are our concrete next steps as a community and how can we better respond to these kinds of situations? Because again, let alone from the content, like it took a very long time for them to even get a response to this, which is a serious issue and should have been prioritized. And so like, what changes can we actually make? And then circling back to what I said earlier in terms of the CSSJC did have a specific request in our conversation to be able to revisit the report with the DEI director and sort of fill in pieces. And we say that outreach has been done to the family. And so is that going to be included in the report? Is the report going to be updated? I think there are still a lot of things that we don't know, again, which I think a lot of other counselors have also said. And so aside from just approving the wording in this letter, what are we actually going to do? Like, can we actually allow the CSSJC to work on this with the DEI director? And I'm looking for like a response to this question, not that we just move on to the next counselor, because I already asked this, but I want to know what we can actually do aside from changing the wording of this letter.
One of the difficulties in drafting a response, and I'm just going to be honest, I probably have gone at this thing 20 times. It's the most difficult letter I've ever tried to put together. And while I tried to respond to their letter, what I'm hearing from the council is you wanted more. You wanted me to respond to the situation, and you wanted me to lay out things that should be done. And yet, many of the things that I'm hearing are not the job of the council. They're the responsibility of staff that we hire and we evaluate. And in the letter, I've tried to lay out what our role is and some next steps. But there was no way I was going to be able to write a letter that says, that answers all of the many things that you've now raised. And yet I also feel that a response was needed to this letter as even well before now. So I'm feeling caught between a response to their letter versus, I think, what people are asking for is a response to what we've heard so far and to the situation. And that's not what I tried to do. I tried to write a response to their letter, not to what should we do, how should we move forward, and whether or not we should be telling people that we are part of our staff how they should behave. And I'm just sitting, I want to just tear the whole thing up and start over again. And yet that doesn't get us anywhere. It, it, it means we have no response to this letter, and I'm just sharing. I have as many strong feelings about this as each of you do, about the people involved, about the youth involved. I also have very strong feelings that we need to figure out a way to move forward. And we need to figure out how to say this happened, this is what we're doing. We value our employees, we value our residents, but we need to move forward. And we have already put in place enormous, and I mean enormous, steps to help us move forward. We have voted for CRESS, we voted for DEI. We have put money in budgets for all of those. But we're not going to heal this town if we as a council can't figure out how to move forward. And if we just get stuck on, well, the report should have said this, or we need this done to this report, versus what kind of training, what kind of things, but also what is our role as a council versus the people who work for the town. And in the process, we have also said things that lump all situations with all of our employees, and particularly our police and other first responders. And it's come across as totally devaluing everybody. And frankly, when we devalue everybody, we devalue ourselves. So what I need from this council is, do you want a response to this letter? And if you do, we need to deal with the letter. Or do you want some other conversation? But I really need you to put it through the filter of what is our role. I'm sorry. I've just spent too many hours trying to put forward some words to help us move forward. I need to call a break.
Let's do 5 minutes.
Thank you. We're doing bits.
Come back at 10:46.
Thank you. Sit here and just rehash it. It's exactly right. As you return, please put on your video to let me know you're back. I'd like to ask counselors to spend a moment reading the letter from CSSJC and then reading the letter, the draft. I have no problem with people wanting to change words in drafts. The purpose of this discussion was around a letter. It was not for the purpose of rehashing. Again, what should have happened didn't happen, what needs to happen. But the lens that you need to look at this letter with is what is our role? What is the role of the town manager? What is the role of individual committees? And what is the role of staff? None of us work full-time for the town. Some of us may feel we do, but none of us do. Okay, so Michelle, are your comments about the letter?
Well, I have enormous amount of respect for you, Lynn, and I just respectfully disagree with this approach. I really think that we're digging ourselves into a bigger hole here. I appreciate that you wrote a letter in response. I appreciate that open meeting law doesn't allow us to communicate in between meetings. I had offered to look at this letter, and offer some feedback to you. And I really think what the approach is we need to have a conversation about how this council wants to respond to the situation. And then from that conversation, be able to draft a written response to sort of enshrine and formalize what we've talked about as a council. And I appreciate what you're talking about in terms of the lens, but how do I say this without sounding, so Paul, in a sense, reports to us. So or not in a sense, but he does. And so if we feel like there's something that is not within our purview to address, but we feel strongly about it, we need to be able to communicate that to Paul. And I don't think that we have had that discussion as a council. I don't think that we have talked enough about how we want to respond to the matter, what sorts of reports we want, what sorts of timelines we want to offer, how we want to engage with the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee in the future. I don't think we've had any of those discussions. So writing the letter is sort of like, I don't know, I just feel like we need to do some more work before we can write a letter in response. And that's, so I would ask that we include a conversation. It's 10:50 at night. I think we're all tired. I think we all care a lot about this. And I would ask that we have an agenda discussion at our next meeting where we can talk more about this. Because I won't support this letter as it stands right now. So, and I don't think it's just about editing some language in a sentence. I think it's a bigger discussion.
Anika.
Sorry, so I do agree with a lot of what Michelle just said at this point. I know that we did come looking at editing this letter, but like the letters that we have seen before, personal opinions and accounts are coming into account. I think that for one, Pamela Young is not with us, and just, you know, a quick reflection on the last meeting. I think that we did all see Dr. Pamela come in with the information that she had, and during that she gave her report, and then at that time there was information that was brought up that she was, you know, told wasn't included, was she didn't have the information to include. You know, I think that this is a packed and loaded subject. We have not been able to respond. I am, you know, being open and honest. I don't know where we are confined with open meeting laws, how we've talked with to each other. We have, you know, on one hand, the pressure that we do not need data to care for or respond to a community. And on one hand, it's confusing, who are we not responding to? Because we're hearing that the parents and the youth involved are traumatized, and they are not reaching out or speaking to anyone besides members of the CSSJC. Correct me if I'm wrong with that. And if that is the case, where is it in our purview that we, at some point, we are talking about legal implications, we are talking about reports, and what is in our purview, what can we actually release? So, and I would imagine, as Pamela is a direct report to only Paul, that is there some way that we as a council can help to facilitate, so at least, and if she doesn't, she may have this information, so at least there is someone else that is communicating, or at least building a relationship to communicate with the parents and the youth involved here. Because at this point, it's as if we're ignoring people who haven't responded, you know, and I know for myself, my lens with police and what can happen with the police, good, bad, and ugly, is not a response to, you know, 2020. You know, it's, you know, a little difficult for me if I'm going to get into this letter. But I think that, you know, some of us, we're dealing with some people here who have probably only witnessed some of what we're talking about through videos and through the internet, and really, you know, have seen and had this in their lens after 2020. And I don't mean to sound cynical. I think this is very important. And there was no one who would tell me I do not care about youth. I've dedicated so much of my life to this, but I've also dealt with a lot of these situations where, unfortunately, there are some ways that you are tied, that legally we have to have certain information that I think that we are blurring here in the council. So I do think that we're having two different discussions. One is like response and demand for information And the other is like, I think it's very important for us to be clear, what are those legal implications that we are, or administrative hurdles, what pending reports are there that haven't been released, to make sure that we have actually all that information, and most importantly, can start to build a relationship so the parents and the youth involved are not just anonymous. I understand that youth names can't be out there, but how do we really move forward if it is just on the CSSJC to read letters anonymously? How do we get to the people involved? I would just imagine, in my opinion, that would be through Dr. Pamela. But, again, I think this is a circular conversation at this point, at least for me. I'm feeling like I'm rambling and it's not intentional. But I do think that what started out as a letter, and I do understand, and I absolutely respect all of the time that you put into it, Lynn. I think just it's a spiraling effect from all of the letters today. They've all been inclusive of our opinions. And this is one that I would imagine is the monster of all, even thinking about reflecting all 13 opinions and feelings behind this letter.
Thank you. I'm not worried. I'm just trying to figure out where we're moving for next. I mean, I'm probably taking the letter off the table and we'll see what goes on next. Pat?
Well, I said to you after I read the letter in the packet that I thought it was a good letter. I think I even said it was an excellent letter because it generalized what the council response was. I'm going to ramble, but I'm not going to do it for very long. But and I still actually stand by the letter as it's written. What we have not done is really address the issues. And that's got nothing to do with the letter. We don't look at ourselves as a community, as a council, as individuals very often, and really address issues of white supremacy or structural racism. We have, and we hear anger on the part of some people of color, people of African heritage, Latinx people. We hear anger and it feels like attacks, and we run for cover and comfort. So, and we get too shy to say where we agree and where we disagree with those voices, even among ourselves. So Pamela Young did a good report. And I feel like, I believe she said there was no abuse of power. And I really felt like there was an abuse of authority. Let's not play too much with those words, but I felt like there were legal, and I think she referenced, according to state law. Now I could be wrong because I haven't looked at her report in several weeks. She did what she was supposed to do, and she was attacked at the beginning of the meeting. And there was reason for that rage and that anger, but it was still an attack. And we have to come to, and we're doing that to each other. And this council really needs to open up and find a way to really have honest discussions among ourselves. And we have to do that publicly, or we could, Chalene and I will not offer you another chance to do an anti-racism training. which you, the original council, fought tooth and nail and minimally changed from. I'm asking you each to look at yourself. And I'm saying this to the members of the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. I'm saying it to the former members of the Community Safety Working Group. I'm saying it to our police department. I'm saying it to our town manager and our staff, whatever their position is in the town. Look at yourself, because we have automatic responses that are damaging to others. And we often don't even know they're there. And when we do know they're there, we don't try to fix it very often. And we need to fix this, and there's no easy fix. So God damn it, when are we going to get together and really talk? When are we going to get together so we can stop feeling scared to say whatever we think? Because the only way that we're going to learn is by making mistakes. Part of the emotion, and I'm making an assumption here, Lynn, so correct me if I'm wrong. Part of the assumption, we're so into shaming and blaming that it becomes almost impossible for an intelligent woman to write a letter. So I really want us to look at ourselves and to think about what we're doing, to think about how we hurt others and what we can do to change so that all voices really are heard. And I'll go back to something, and then I'm going to shut up because I know I'm taking too much time. Because you didn't feel like you got what you wanted doesn't mean you weren't heard. And we have to take the next steps and assume some basis for collaboration. That's enough from me.
Thanks, Pat. Dorothy.
I'm coming back to the letter. I think the letter as written is not the letter we want to send at this time. However, I think some letter must be sent because people are tired of not getting an answer. I think that you were right on target, Lynn, when you said that we have to talk about what we can do and what we can't do. So I'm thinking that maybe a very simple letter in which you just tell the truth, which is certain things that council can do and some things we can't do. And we understand their frustration, and we will try to work to accomplish some of the things that the people from the CSSJC have asked for. I mean, words can't do it all, okay? And I know that we who believe in the word sometimes get hung up and think that they can, but you said we really can't do, and the town council doesn't have the power to do some of the things that they want us to do. So what can we do? What remains to be done, and where do they turn? But I do think we need to write an answer, because a letter, because there's been a very deep sense of frustration of, the committee reaching out and feeling that no one is listening. We are listening. The matter is very complex. We don't have the answers, but this is what we can do or what we can't do, and that we're hoping to work with them on helping solve some of the problems.
That's what the letter says already.
It just says we can't ever get a report from the police. And I don't think that, I don't accept that. So I think that they can, under their own terms, may want to give some kind of response. Now, the word investigative is a word I think that, I don't think I'd like it to give an investigative report myself, okay? But a report is another matter.
Andy Jo.
I move to postpone this discussion to November 7th at 9 PM.
Second.
You postponed this, the date, the letter. I didn't hear you.
Yes, the discussion and letter to
Okay.
November 7 at 9 PM.
Okay, there has been a motion to move. There's been a motion to postpone the discussion to November 7th at 9 PM. It's been seconded. Further discussion? Alicia?
Thank you. So I was, sorry, it's hard because I just got changed in the direction of where I was going with this, but I agree with Dorothy in what she just said. And I also agree with the sentiments of like moving away from this conversation. However, I don't think we should revisit the conversation of the letter on November 7th, because I think we need to have a different discussion on November 7th and not the contents of this letter specifically. And so I would hope that we could actually just like table this whole letter and schedule for a conversation about all of these topics, because I think I agree that we should have a bigger conversation, that this is a really deep conversation, a really challenging conversation that we maybe did not spend enough time on. And that might be scheduled for the 7th. And I think that it might be even helpful to invite the CSSJC to come have a discussion with us on November 7th, because we don't have a response and we don't have a letter for them, because it doesn't seem like this meeting is going to result in a response to the CSSJC. And so maybe that could be a way to tie all things together in terms of mending their frustrations, building relationships, moving forward, making sure everyone's heard, not rushing things, but also still making things move along. I think not coming back to this specific letter, but still moving forward in this conversation on the 7th is something I'd be interested in. So I think like maybe an amendment to this motion I would support, but not specifically just coming back to this letter.
And your amendment to the motion?
I would,
Maybe, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I would be happy to change it to a motion to table.
And then would that still allow us to have a conversation on the 7th, not regarding this specific letter, but like this topic in general?
That's yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it
It'd be up
does.
So
to
I
Lynn.
would be in agreement to
It'd be
that.
up to
My
you.
sorry, my only second part of that is that would it be possible to invite the CSSJC to at least a portion of that conversation?
We can do whatever the council has asked. So right now, the motion is to table, and that's been seconded. The other motion was withdrawn. We're just going on to the new motion. The motion is to table the letter that's been seconded. Then Alicia is asking that on the 7th,
That might not be a wise meeting to invite other committees, given what's already scheduled for that meeting. And the time we start. I think that's something that needs discussed out of committee, out of council meeting in
Yeah,
terms of when
I
you could
think the
schedule it.
date for when we do this is, I mean, I'm looking at future agendas and I'm just going, yeah, right. I'm not saying we shouldn't have a conversation, and I'm certainly not saying we shouldn't invite CSSJC, but I'm trying to figure out when we can do that. And given everything else that we need to get done. So, Alicia, so are you satisfied with the motion to table the letter? And that's one motion. And then the other one is to look for a time when we can jointly meet with CSSJC to discuss next steps.
So yeah, I would support the motion to table, but I would probably propose a different motion after. So if we want to, because I don't think we should just look for a meeting. I think we should just schedule one. So I don't know if we want to move forward with the motion to table first and then take up the second issue, or if you're trying to push them together.
Okay. Let's deal with the motion to table. Is there any further discussion on the motion to table? And I will just recognize that other people, Michelle, Pat, and Shalini have their hands up. If you would like to speak to this, leave your hand up. If not, I'll come back to you in that order. Okay, Michelle.
I definitely support this motion. I also want to point out that at least several of the members of the committee are in the attendees. And so while we don't have a letter immediately, there is some awareness that we are having this dialogue and discussion, and I think that's a positive thing. What I'm most wondering about is why Mandy recommended the 7th and why we wouldn't take this up at our very next meeting. I understand we have a big agenda, but this is now 4 months in the making that we haven't dealt with this. And I see absolutely no reason why we would carry it on any longer. And I would strongly recommend that we take it up on the 17th with the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee for some portion of that.
Okay. Shalini.
If would it be like whatever we decide is the next when we're gonna talk about this again, would it be possible to get more information with respect to some of the things that we've put forward in terms of, you know, what led up to that, what happened, what has been the outreach to the youth, and any other information that can be shared? And I think that should help us determine when we have this discussion is when we're able to get that information. So that was one thing I wanted to say. And I just wanted to say that now we may not get a chance later, but you know, as we're having these conversations, it's something related to what Pat said. And I just want to invite us to bring in the value that we added recently of grace, and which is we value allowing people the space to be human, to make mistakes, and to learn and grow from those mistakes, to experience adverse situations without thinking of themselves or others as lesser than, and to be their authentic selves. And I'm hoping that we really hold this value to our hearts. And as we make space for all of us, as Pat invited us to do, as we reflect on our own values and mistakes we may have made in this process, and make space for other people also in this process, whether it's town staff, whether it was the youth, whether it's CSSJC, or, you know, all of us, can we work towards, we are collectively responsible for creating this space that makes space for grace, that makes space for all of us to really have these honest conversations and see, where did the mistake happen? And it's okay that that happened, but how can we correct for that? And then what was the harm, if any? Because none of us have spoken to the youth or have information we know anonymously. If we attended any of the CSA, which I have been watching some of the meetings, there is some letters anonymously, but we don't know how many families. There was no real document there. I just heard it, but I didn't see a written letter unless it's come forward. So I just mean there are all these different pieces of information. And then what is our role as a town councilor? I don't feel it is to tell Paul or DEI how they should work. But it is our role, in my mind, it is our role to create these safe spaces for when community reaches out to us with an issue. You know, it's the same with, I mean, it's not the same. Obviously, this is a much more profound issue. But even with small issues like potholes and all, when people reach us, we don't say that's not our purview. We write to Paul and we create a space and we advocate for our residents. And this is a much deeper, profound issue impacting so many people. So I really do feel it's our role to hold that space where we can all have this conversation to make sure that the residents are heard and that we are making sure that the town staff is communicating and about what is happening. So all that to say that maybe the next meeting date should be decided based on hearing from Paul when he thinks that we could get more information.
Paul, are you prepared to answer that question at this point?
Sure. So I can confer with the DEI director. I think she feels that her report was very thorough and professionally done and addressed the issues of law and the issues at hand. I can talk with her tomorrow about what additional information the police department might be releasing. As I said earlier, I believe the police chief intends to address some of these issues. No, and I value what the counselors have said tonight. And, so Alicia brought up some points about, how do we respond? What do we learn and how do we respond to situations like this going forward? I think we have learned a lot. And I think we have very valuable employees, especially in our police chief and our DEI director. And we can set protocols for how we address things going forward in a more in a way that's more attuned with what the community is expecting. I do have to say, with everything going on, that our police department is superior, and it's really hard to work for this town. And it's not just police department. A lot of employees feel this way, and I appreciate what Shalini is saying about safe space, and I think that that's really important. But retaining quality employees is a big challenge for us right now. And so we work really hard to engage our employees, to stay involved with our community and to be aligned with our community's needs. But I think it's a real challenge, is all I'm gonna say.
Pat?
It's a huge challenge for all of us. And what I would like to see is not time set aside in a council meeting where the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee gets invited in to talk with us. I think we need to set up a separate time, whether we call it a retreat or whatever, where the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, the former members of the Community Safety Working Group and the council, and get together and begin to have some kind of conversation. And I know that has to be public. And I think that's a risk that we can take. I also would, my recommendation is that we set aside a time that's specifically for us to learn how to talk with each other and collaborate with each other. And if we're not going to do that, then we're going to have like all the pressures of well, I gave them an hour. What more did they want, or whatever, or I didn't. I think we need to set aside real time, separate from a council meeting. We need to see each other as the flawed beings that we are, that we all are, including members of the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. So that I don't know whether I make a motion that we set aside and with a retreat time and do it in the next 2 months. I'd like to see.
I think let's do that, but let's deal with the motion that's on the table. I'm sorry to be bureaucratic about this, but.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Motion on the table is to table the letter. It's been made and seconded. Are there any other comments about tabling the discussion regarding the letter? It's not to a time certain, it's just to table it. Shalini?
Okay, I think this is related to tabling, that even though we're tabling the letter, but can you still just write a letter to that CSSJC that we had this conversation and it's we've realized the complexity, blah, 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 and that so we are, just to keep them informed in a formal way, that we did have this and we want to do this in a more thoughtful way, and so we have tabled it. Just so even though we're tabling it, you will still write a formal letter
I can communicate that either by
Yeah.
letter or email to them. Yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Then we're going to move to a vote on the motion to table. And the motion we'll begin with Anika.
Yes.
Michelle,
Aye.
Dorothy,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Andy,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Shalini,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's and I, Mandy Jo.
Aye.
It's unanimous to table. All right. So then I've heard several suggestions. One is to establish a date and time certain that we would meet with the CSSJC, with perhaps members that were part of the CSWG. I would even suggest the Human Rights Commission if we're going to have that discussion, since they are also involved in many of these issues. But let's see what people have to say. Alicia?
Thank you, thank you, Lynn. So yes, I agree with that proposal, but I think that that should be in addition to also having it added to our agenda. Because again, like we said, this is a very complex issue. We can see that it can take up a lot of time, and I do not think one conversation will be enough.
No,
I
it
also
won't.
think that they are different, semi-different topics. Like this is regarding specifics of like town council process and town council actions, and that we should have that discussion at our next meeting, separate and aside from having a conversation with the CSSJC and former CSWG members and the Human Rights Commission at a retreat. I think both. Like, I don't think it's a one or the other kind of thing. And I think, like, I understand our agenda are really long and our meetings go very late. However, I agree with Michelle in that having this conversation sooner than later should be prioritized, because it has already been a significant amount of time, and that maybe we could do something like adding it to the next agenda item and putting a time limit, because there will be an additional retreat also scheduled. But I think that there needs to be more than one conversation.
Yeah.
And you are suggesting that on the 17th, that the CSSJC, who is asked to come back to a meeting, I mean, I want to be very clear, we were trying to structure when and for what purpose, but you're suggesting that we have a meeting, part of our meeting on the 17th, be with the CSSJC for the purpose of, and this is what I need to know.
So yes, I think we should talk more specifically about like the council process in regards to this specific like contents of this letter, because we talked a lot about like, this is not what the council's supposed to be doing. So like, what are we supposed to be doing, and what do we agree is the right or correct council response? Also, we talked a little bit about getting more information, and that Paul would be outreaching. So also maybe an update from Paul in regards to what he was able to find out when he did reach out to X, Y, and Z. And basically just like an update of all of those things, what our possible council actions are. And maybe we can set a time limit on that so that we can have it at the next meeting. We can have the CSSJC be there and not have it affect our very long already agenda, but that we know that we are starting the conversation and that it will be continued in a retreat style where that conversation can be completely dedicated to this topic. I just worry about the amount of time that will be between then and when we can schedule a retreat where all members of all committees can be there and this can happen. So I would like that conversation to be started more immediately, and that we can then look at continuing it in a more in-depth way.
Okay. Dorothy.
So, Alicia, when you say you want the CSSJC to be there, do you mean as they are today, silent as panelists, or do you mean in the picture with us as members who can raise their hands and talk?
Yeah, like a part of the conversation,
Part
because I
of the
think that
conversation. Right,
That's-
good.
That's what
especially
I
because
heard.
we were unable to respond to their letter, I think that is just helpful. Like, we can let them know, hey, this is the update. This is what Paul is telling us. They, like Michelle said, a lot of them are here tonight, so I know a lot of them have heard the conversation. I know Lynn has said that she would be willing to send an email update. So I don't think that they'll be completely lost, but I do think that there are things that have not been covered because we didn't respond to their letter, and we are tabling this and we won't be able to come back to it, that should be addressed more or talked about at least a little bit more immediately, and that we can recognize and acknowledge that one conversation is not going to solve any of these things. And so that is the purpose for the more in-depth
Right.
meeting, which we should also probably ask them if they'd be willing and wanting to do something like that before scheduling the retreat itself. And that could also be a conversation at the meeting.
Good, good. I like that.
Shalini?
I definitely feel we have to have that conversation with CSSJC, but but for the first two parts of what we're talking about is what is the council role in these issues and how do we handle? I don't see a role that CSSJC plays in that, in the first part of that conversation for sure. And then the second thing is I'm hoping to get some more updates and information from Paul. And that, again, I think the council needs to process that together in terms of what do we do with this and how do we use this information, and then come up with like, okay, this is now we're ready. And what is our response to CSSJC going to be based on what we're hearing? And then we invite CSSJC after that. And I think the other angle that when we are talking about is, you know, we're starting to formalize this a little bit more in TSO when we talk about community engagement in terms of how are we interacting with the different committees, like ECAC, when there's an environmental issue, we are like, okay, we need to contact TAC or the transportation or ECAC committee. And similarly, I think we need to just bring and clarify in terms of how are we going to collaborate more with CSSJC on the different sorts of issues, and sort of to formalize that as well. And then we talk to CSSJC, okay, this is what we've come up with. What do you feel? What is your, feedback response to that?
Alicia?
So I definitely see where Shalini is going, and I partially agree, which is why I wanted to invite them to a portion of the conversation, because I know they would have, like, they don't have much to do with the council process, although I think that is an important piece that has come up tonight that we should discuss, which is what I meant by that. That's something that we should discuss, and probably soon, because again, a lot of time has passed. And so again, my other issue with the waiting and doing this is that the amount of time that has passed and the amount of time we've already waited, and we already thought information would be available, that was not, and it's been months. And so even though we think we can get that information quickly now, we can just start the process, is my thought. And that, why come up with something and then run it by them when we can just collectively do it together in a meeting?
Mandy Jo?
I don't support another conversation on the 17th. I'm looking at the agenda. The meeting starts at 5:30. We haven't yet gotten to one of the discussion items we wanted to get to today. It's 11:30 now. We won't even start business until 6:45 after a public forum. At that meeting, there's a tax classification hearing. There's a lot of other stuff. We're supposed to get water bylaw and regulations, which will have a long conversation. We're a council that is meant to act. And yes, we require some discussions, but if we were to put anything on the 17th that is discussion based only because there's no action associated with it at this time, or proposed action associated with it related to this topic, I would ask that it be put after all of the action items on the agenda so that we can make sure our business gets done first.
Are there any other comments? I think at this point I need to take everything that's been said and try to figure out how we're gonna do it. And Anna, I know you're there to help me do that.
I got you.
Okay,
We can do it.
all right. Mandy Jo.
Yes.
Next item
Mm-hmm.
is rental permitting bylaw. How would you like to proceed?
Depends on whether I can have more than an hour in 2 weeks or not.
Oh, you mean, so are you suggesting you want to do this as part of the 5:30?
Well, I want it in addition to the 5:30 if people don't want the conversation tonight, because there's only an hour next week and the entire bylaw will take at least that long to get feedback on. These are 3 specific areas that are very discrete and may not take too long, but I don't want it to cut into the planned discussion next week. So I'm happy to postpone it 2 weeks from now to 2 weeks from now, if it does not cut into that hour and gets added to the agenda in another part, or we could try and conclude this discussion fairly quickly tonight. I did write a fairly good memo, I think.
You did
or
write an
expansive
excellent memo. Why don't we try to see whether people have some things that they want to consider with this? Alicia, you have your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, because I didn't think I was ready to move on from the last topic because I was trying to make a motion. I wasn't trying to just move on because I wanted to have a resolution. And so if like the least of what I was asking is that we put a time limited conversation on the next agenda and invite the CSSJC and at least discuss finding a time for our retreat or for a more in-depth conversation, at the very least, be put on our next agenda. I don't feel like we should just move along and have the resolution, because then how will something happen at our next meeting if we're ending this meeting without even talking about it?
Alicia, can I ask, would it be possible if I request of CSSJC that I come to a meeting with them to see if they are willing to have a retreat? I'm trying to figure out how to set this up so that we don't spend time debating whether we should have a retreat.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily about debating whether or not we have a retreat. I think it's about figuring out the best time and, like Pat said, the best way to be in conversation and in community with each other. And so if they have a different idea as to how they would like to be communicating with us in depth, then that's fine. But I'm hoping that they would all agree that a retreat would be a good way that we can all get this conversation across and coming to that agreement quickly. So like it's more about the time frame for me necessarily, and not pushing this off to take even longer to make a decision as to how to move forward, and to putting it forward so that we can move forward quickly. So it's more about the time frame for me than it is about just finding out if they'd be interested in having a retreat.
Paul, do you know when CSSJC is meeting again? Okay. I think I looked for that earlier today
Okay.
and we couldn't find it
It's
either.
on the 12th of October.
Okay.
So we would be able to have an idea for our next meeting, how they would want, because I want to be able to be in conversation with them in a way that makes sense for them.
Right.
And in a way that would be meaningful for us so that we can move forward in a way that's comfortable for all of the counselors in a timely manner.
Okay. If it's acceptable, then I would ask CSSJC whether I would be able to come to their meeting to discuss this. If there are other counselors who would like to do that, I'm more than glad to have that happen. If it's more than 7, well, I need to be careful about subcommittees too. If it gets to be too many, we have to post it as a joint meeting. And I really want to make sure we're not intruding on CSSJC's meetings and also their progress forward. So let me reach out and see what we can do with that. Dorothy.
I had my hand up to second Alicia's motion.
Okay, and Alicia, repeat your motion.
Was that we add to the agenda for our next meeting in a time-limited frame, a conversation with the CSSJC, at least to figure out in what way they want to be in communication and conversation with us to be able to move forward. So if that be scheduling the retreat with them, that's fine. But if they do not want to retreat with us and they want to be in communication with us in some other way, I think we can at least establish that.
Okay. Their motion's been made and seconded. Is there further discussion, Michelle?
Was there a second on the motion?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm tired. I am wondering if it's possible, Lynn, for you to contact the chairs of the committee and talk about the various options so that possibly in this time limited meeting that we would have on the 17th, we might be able to get into some content and maybe you with the chairs could mutually agree on how that might look so that we can maybe get that piece out of the way in advance. And I don't know if that impacts the motion. And I'm just wanting to ask Alicia if Lynn was able to establish some of that prior to the meeting on the 17th, would that be acceptable for us to then move into some discussion on the 17th?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just trying to figure out a way to make this happen more quickly than waiting to figure out when we can even talk to them about it, which is what I was getting out of how we ended the conversation before. So I'm like open to suggestions, but I think that I want to be in communication with them as soon as possible, even if it's for a limited amount of time.
Yeah. And whether or not we can get into actual issues in a limited amount of time, I think is questionable, but maybe we can at least agree on what the issues are that we are going to jointly discuss. Is that? Yeah.
Yes.
Pam? Oh, okay. Things just happen at this hour of the night. Are there any further questions? There's a motion. It's been made and seconded. Then we're going to bring it to a vote.
Please repeat the motion.
Athena, can you repeat the motion, please?
To add to the next council meeting agenda, a time-limited conversation with the CSSJC to have a conversation about how to move forward.
Okay. We're going to start the vote with Michelle. Michelle?
Aye.
Dorothy?
Yes.
Pam Rooney?
Yes.
Kathy?
Abstain. I'm abstaining because I'm not going to be at the next council meeting. I have to miss it.
Okay. Andy?
No.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Alicia?
Yes.
Shalini Bowman?
Yes.
Pat?
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier?
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's and I, Mandy Johanicky.
No.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
It's 10 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstention, no absence. Mandy, now are we ready to move on? Yes, Mandy Jo.
So I wrote a memo. I'm going to make this as quick as possible. You should have read the memo.
Thank you.
There are 3 things CRC wants some input on from the rest of the council. Who should adopt regulations? Who should have that authority? And there were options in the memo. Look at page 2 for those potential options. Others exist. Who should adopt fees? for the rental permitting. Options are in the memo on page 3. And what the fee structure should look like. And the memo on pages 3 and 4, maybe even onto 5, sort of onto 5, lists some other towns and what they do. We'd love to have feedback.
Is there a specific part of this that you would like to focus on tonight?
I mean, all of it. 2 of them are just who gets the authority, and the other one is a structure. And for the structure, I don't want numbers for how much the fee should be. I want, what do people prefer for a structure? Graduated, not graduated, anything exempt or anything set at a certain limit. There's a lot of options in there. We just want some feedback as we draft some, fee structures.
Okay, why don't we take 1 or 2 of these and just focus on that and see how far we can get in a brief period of time. So which one do you?
Let's start with regulation authority.
Okay. Regulation authority. Some of the options are outlined on page 2, including building commissioner, board of license commissioners, town council with the building commissioner, town council, and board of license commissioners and building commissioner, and any mix thereof. Pat.
You're muted.
You're
Pat.
muted.
I think that the town council should be setting all initial priorities and structure, but that the Board of License Commission should be able to amend them in the future. So I'm across the board pretty much on that.
That is the 5th bullet. Are there any other comments? Dorothy?
This is a question. I wondered, building commissioner or board of license?
Board of
and
License.
I know Mandy Jo has really looked into this, so I'd love to hear her thoughts on either one, both of them.
So in both of these, the Board of License Commissioners has indicated to me when I attended a meeting that they would be willing to have the authority. In past CRC meetings, the building commissioner has expressed some concern with having the sole authority to particularly amend regulations, feeling that I think the feeling was that he would be more comfortable if a body did it, not a staff member on their own.
Thank you very much.
So let me just clarify. So that means that going with Pat, it would be the town council has the authority to initially adopt. Then we turn it over to the Board of License Commissioners to amend. But the building commissioner still has a role. They just aren't adopting.
The building commissioner is one of the enforcers at this point.
Okay. So, okay, thank you. That helps me create some clear lines, if you will. Anna?
I also support the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet. I think that having a body, like you just said, Mandy, when you were talking about what the building commissioner mentioned, having a body of community members being the group who is responsible or having authority to amend them feels better to me than having one individual be the sole decider. However, I think that it makes sense for the council to initially create them.
So you're supporting bullet 5
Bullet
as
5.
well. Yeah. Michelle?
I also support bullet number 5. And I just have a question, Mandy. So the actual regulations, once they would be turned over for amendment by the Board of License Commissioners, what sort of information, where would they be gathering information in order to make amendments? So I don't really know much about that committee and just wondering what would trigger an amendment and where would they receive the appropriate information to make the amendment?
So likely the same place the council would if the council were seeking to amend anything. The building commissioner and the town inspectors are likely the ones that would seek an amendment. Possibly ECAC, depending on what's in the regulations. There's potential for energy efficiency requirements to be in them. And so maybe ECAC would recommend a modification of those requirements. The building commissioner or the person who handles our permitting in the inspection services department might ask for amendments to the application information that's requested and stuff. So I foresee it, that doesn't mean it would happen, but foresee it the same way the council would, which is since we're not the ones executing the bylaw or the regulations, you have to rely on the people who are executing it to tell you when it's not working or when you need to add something and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And the board has a lot of experience adopting regulations, which is why they felt they'd be comfortable with this, because they adopt a lot of regulations related to other licenses that they actually administer.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments on that particular one? That so far we have a pretty much of a consensus around 5. Bullet 5. Okay, then with
The
that,
authority.
let's move on. Fee adoption. Right now, it's all town council.
Well, the bylaw is actually split the way it's drafted right now, the town council for nearly everything but the appeal fee. And the appeal sits with the Board of License Commissioners. I'm not sure that was an intentional thing other than just we're in the middle of drafts. So, things fall through the cracks. But the
So-
same questions.
Right.
Ooh,
It's so again, now we're on to page 3, the top. Mandy Jo has outlined the 4 bullets, options, and again, points out there's endless possibilities. One is the Board of License Commissioners sets all fees, town council sets all fees. Town council does it initially, then Board of License Commissioner amends. And then we split it somehow. That seems sloppy to me, but that's just how I see it. Just as soon one body or the other. Anna?
I mean, I'm gonna say the split one, which is the third. Council sets the fees initially, BLC to amend in the future. I think it's also important to have consistency across the two.
It's consistent with the earlier decision or the earlier feedback we just gave you. I would agree. Anything else on that one? See, we should always do this at 11:30 at
I was
night.
hoping it would be easy. The CRC was like, we don't want to propose something that the council hates. So why don't we just ask
Okay.
them?
So fee
Fee
structure.
structure.
Let's
This
just-
is the one that when it got referred to CRC, this council really wanted us to come to you before we proposed something. So there's a lot of options. Even within the options, there's a lot of options, as you can see from just the few that I pulled. To give you another example, Salem, I do not believe has a permit at all, so they don't have a permit fee. But they have a requirement that the Board of Health inspect every dwelling unit that is a rental. And that inspection costs $50 per unit. And that fee covers the initial inspection and the first re-inspection if it doesn't pass inspection. And after that, it's $50 every time you have to go back. So there's another potential option right there. The options are almost endless on how you want to do it. And we need help with how it wants to be done because that goes into how the bylaw is structured wording wise and permit wise and all of that. They interrelate.
And I'm not going to read each of the ones that are there. But Mandy Jo has provided examples, or the committee, excuse me, has provided examples from 5 or 6 different towns. Mandy Jo did it, okay. Pam admits that Mandy Jo did it. Are there any particular ones that strike people's thoughts? Michelle?
From my perspective, this is the most sticky of the items to decide on and something I want to give a little thought to. I actually have received multiple constituent and have notes that I'm sorry, I don't have right here with me. But I would love to provide that feedback to you in the CRC. I can put that together in the next day or so and just send it off to you. But I do think this is one for us to really consider with a lot of thought.
And maybe we collect those and we put aside this particular discussion on the 17th. Is that, Jennifer? You have a preference?
Yes, but I could go with your
No,
Yeah.
no, I think we should get any thoughts out now, and then if we
Yeah.
have to, we'll continue it on the 17th.
Yeah, I would say Burlington, and it doesn't have to be those exact dollar amounts, but I like it that it incentivizes owner occupancy because we want to do that. So I like the structure of a fee per unit, but there being a lesser fee for, or, small fee for owner occupied. The transfer of ownership, I don't know if that even applies to us, but something per unit. We can decide how that's structured, but with incentivizing owner occupied structures.
Andy?
Well, I'm going to throw in another consideration, but I definitely would like to have some communication about what has been heard and what was the feedback at various forums that you've had. I think it was all over the board from what I heard, but whether you were able to draw conclusions from it. But in the end, well, we collect fees and we cannot commit that they are going to be used for hiring specific employees, inspectors being most likely to be of interest. Given the work that's to be done, that has to go through the regular budget process. It's easier to envision how that can happen if the fees are sufficient to cover the costs that are going to be needed to provide the inspections and other work that needs to be done. And so would like to see some financial analysis that is done with some thought to help make sure that the numbers are going to work right.
Kathy?
What Michelle said about this is I need to think about this a bit more, because what I don't have is a context, Mandy, and others that have looked at this. So, clearly a Newark is taking a break at a certain fee per unit up to 14 and a lower fee 15 or more. And I don't know whether some of these cities or towns have several very large buildings with like 400 units in them and the rest small, versus another one. I kind of know Burlington and I can't think of giant apartment buildings there. So the impact is different. The differential by size, Michelle and I have heard at least in one meeting that you want to have a smaller fee for owner occupied and the person just got one rental unit as opposed to multiple rental units. And that's where what I'm seeing is all the variation is above that. Several of them have something for multiple. Boston's capping it. So they get up to a certain amount, and there must have been some rationale where they said that's enough. So I don't know how complex it would be to provide some context. Because we've got giant cities here with much smaller cities in terms of how many units could be in it and what they're trying to achieve. And if I go, let me just flip it to you. You clearly didn't put New York City on this list, but in New York, huge numbers of giant buildings with rental apartments, but they're less concerned about, except in certain parts of the city, that the landlord will fail to put in smoke alarms or the electrical thing because it's high rent districts with people who would complain. So you've picked out, I think appropriately, places that have large amounts of student rentals or places where landlords might be putting a lot of people in a specific place. So I just need a better context to know on scale, because you're asking there's 3 different kinds of variations going on, a capping it and a cutoff at certain pieces. And there's, I could throw a dart at a board and pick one, but so that's just my request. I don't know. I wouldn't know how. I normally can just look at something and say, oh, I like this one better than that one. Like, well, this would work this way, that would work this way. So I don't know what else you can get for us, or I could get on my own, but I'll think about it.
Shalini.
Yeah, I just want to add to the piece that I am analyzing the hundreds of data points that we've collected. And so we will be reflecting that, like what are, from the landlord's perspective, the fees, and then from the tenant's perspective, how they feel the fees might be impacting them. And so we will add that in. And just in terms of Burlington, yes, they do have 7-storied buildings right outside the town hall and stuff. So I think it's pretty comparable actually with the population and similarity that way. That's all.
Dorothy.
I'm looking through all of these and it is easy to get confused, but I noticed it in one of them, I think it's Boulder. It has the cost of inspection at $250 per unit, I guess. I thought I remembered some conversation with our building director, superintendent, about what he thought was a reasonable fee for the inspection of an apartment. I'm just wondering if the committee remembers that or has an idea, because the cost of these things is supposed to be related to the services given. But it takes time and effort to do an inspection, and there's some paperwork that goes with it too. So does anyone have that on the committee? What Rob Mora thought was a reasonable inspection fee for an apartment?
So it's currently set at 150 per inspection. That's what we just voted back in May or whenever we voted that. The committee has not discussed a fee structure at all yet, other than a few thoughts as we've discussed other parts of the bylaw. And so we definitely have not discussed what any amounts might be. That's a discussion once we figure out what the structure might look like and whether for example, whether the permit fee should cover the first inspection, the required initial inspection or not, or should that be an additional cost on top of the permit? Those things make a lot of difference in what the fees are.
Right, and there was some consideration at some point, I thought that buildings about which, after the initial inspection, about which there were no complaints, so that if the inspection fee is separate from the permit fee, that somebody who doesn't need to be re-inspected does in fact save money for good behavior. I mean, anyway, I trust your committee. I think you guys have been working very, very hard in this, and I basically have trust in what you come up with.
Michelle.
A quick question about the upcoming forum for community members. Is that going to be broken out into sections, like where you're soliciting input about the fee or about, various sections, or is it just sort of a general forum that people can just come and say whatever about whatever?
It will be split out similar to the first forum that had sort of specific topics we wanted feedback on, but it will not be the same topics, and it will actually be based on the similar concept that we'll be discussing at the council on the 17th, which is the actual working draft and the language in that draft. And then so parts of that draft, what people might like, what people might hate, what people would change. And one of the things I'll be working on this week is a comparison table between what's in the working draft that CRC has right now and what's in the current bylaw, so people can see the differences between the two. And that will be part of the packet for the 17th as well as the 24th community forum.
Thanks. Okay. My comments are the following. I want to make sure that we're not just doing a fee for fee's sake, so that it's a fee tied to a service. And that it's not, and if it's a fee because, and if the service is because the landlord has not done something, then the landlord pays. But if it's a issue where, you've got 7 cars parked outside a rental that's for 4 people, that it's somehow or another, the renter is also responsible. What I don't want to see is us just doing something that builds up the cost of rentals, which basically just then gets passed on to the renter. So that's my only input at this point. Are there any other comments for this? Andy?
Yeah, I'm going to pursuant to Rule 7.1, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
There's been a motion to adjourn. It is now midnight. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you, Andy.
Turn into a pumpkin or something.
We will, Mandy Jo, do you feel like we need to continue this discussion?
I think we're good for now.
Okay. I just have one other quick thing. Can I just say it before we adjourn? Please make sure that you use the second email that I sent you with the Word version for the town manager evaluation, not the one that gives me the option of collecting all the data, because I don't want to have some in one and some in the other. So use the one. I will send you another copy tomorrow. Okay? And other than that,
We need to vote.
we need a vote. All those in favor of adjourning, please say yes. And
Aye.
Be roll call.
I have to do roll call. I know. I'm trying to find space on my roll calls. I used them for so many other things. Okay. We're going to start with Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Yes.
Pam Rooney. Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Shalini Bell Milne.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
No.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is actually a no. Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Yes.
Michelle Miller.
Aye.
It passes. There are 11 people say yes and 2 people say no. Right now, there's still nobody abstaining, nobody absent. The meeting's adjourned. Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Good move, Andy.